Hey everyone. Alright, so last time we finished Persona 5. Fucking finally. Still, really good game, really good game. Definitely had a good time that whole time. Also, you may have noticed this is not a Supergiant Sunday, because I could not stream yesterday. But a bunch of IRL issues. Power went out and I had to do some laundry, but my freaking washing machine broke, so I was really busy and could not stream. So I'm streaming now to make up for it. So yeah, today we're gonna keep going with Pyre, and I'm pretty sure I can finish it today. I think I'm pretty close to the end. And then right after I finish, I'm gonna go back to Limbus Company, because I think I'm also close to finishing that. So I'm not sure if there's gonna be like if I'm gonna have to do anything after that. I might not. If anything, I might just start playing ahead what I'm gonna do after, because I still have Darkest Dungeon, but I don't really have another game to switch to, and I don't really feel like doing multiple Darkest Dungeon runs in a row. I do enjoy the game, but I don't know. Sometimes it feels like too much. I don't want to say bored, but I get burned out on games pretty easily. Um, so yeah, I guess let's just get into it and then we'll figure things out as they happen. So let me kill the music. Give me this audio. Give me the screen. Ah, shit. Do in the game mode. Alright. I was also thinking, perhaps, because I didn't finish Transistor, and Hades is gonna probably take a while. So I was thinking I can just do Hades as my second game for like my everyday streams, and then just leave the Transistor for Supergiant Sundays. Let me just okay. The party is on, mic is on. The right category. Okay, let's keep going for now. Sure. Did I finish reading the book? I think I finished reading about the Commonwealth. History, legacy. I think this is the last part that I haven't read. Oh, this is just like the glossary. This is pretty much everything summarized. Which I feel like it defeats the purpose of the whole thing. Well, I guess you could read more into it if you feel like it. Actually, let me move the screen because I just noticed I can't see chat. Okay, sorry for that. Islak's name is censored. Olden Stars. Alright, for their astral signs. I think I'm gonna leave this on, but mostly covers everything we already know. Maybe just this one. Afterward, a list of terms which you may wish to know. As an exile of the downside, as a reader of this book, and as conductor of the rites, you're engaged now in a cycle which has lasted since the dawn of this age. Here, within this part of the book, is offered a summary of all key figures, locales, terms, and astral phenomena you shall encounter, either firsthand or in passing on your path. To know the history of the downside and the rights is to prepare yourself to walk the path towards enlightenment, and then to liberty itself. Should you be free again, remember, reveal not the rights themselves, nor the existence of this book. Yeah, I felt like that was a little bit too loud. We're just gonna lower this a bit. Harvest my mushrooms, harvest my berries. And let's go. At dawn, your companions are prepared to depart. Everyone is silent. Your troubles are to take you back to the cairn of Ha'ub, but soon after, the stars shall draw you here again. No points of interest. No points of interest, I suppose. Shunt. Working north and west towards the ominous cairn of Ha'ub. Sir Gilman believes this is the faster route. You should have time to pursue your vocations. Let's do this one. Explore the Shunt. Spend a quiet afternoon in the barren wastes of the Shunt, surveying the area with some of your companions. Hail, noble Bertrude, what tidings?
We have discovered not of any consequence.
Your investigation yields nothing of note. The three of you return to the wagon for the remainder of the day, where you should have time to pursue your vocations. And speak to Sir Gilman again. Sir Gilman is training intently when you approach. Master Reader, this knight was so engulfed in the memories of the Sea Dominion that he failed to detect your stealthy advance on his position. Splendidly done. Splendidly done. This knight would have been vanquished by you easily. This knight is fortunate to have you as an ally rather than a mortal foe. His kind routinely clambers from the depths of the Sea Dominion to seek greater glory, and perhaps a slightly longer life expectancy within your Commonwealth. Such an honor it would be to be assigned the rank of knight and be conscripted into the front lines of the Commonwealth against their vicious winged enemies. In the Sea Dominion, it was our ultimate goal to fight our way to the surface, past our brethren, past the razor reefs, the strangle kelp, the snagglefins that prey upon our kind. Sir Gilman continues listing undersea dangers and terrors for some time. Past the blood sniffers, the electric scallops, the rogue worms of the frigid current, the paralyzing nets of the far fissures, and even past the scalding waters of the glowing trench. Finally, it trails off. Yet, even despite the myriad of challenges of living in the Sea Dominion, it is each would-be worm's like duty to abandon that place at his or her soonest convenience. How humorous it was to learn that life within your Commonwealth had quite a bit in common with our undersea existence. It was not all pomp and glory as the stories told. Perhaps it is our lot as Worm Knights to bring strife with us wherever we should go. For even here, it seems, is our kind pitted both against our brethren and all others. He remained silent for a while. Then, well, it is fortunate that this knight found within this place so fine a company as yours. It is a most different change of pace, to strive towards a common purpose rather than to strive constantly to outperform each other towards one's own self-gain. Although, to the extent we are competing still, this knight shall ever strive to take the lead,
Make no mistake about that, Master Reader. This knight was born to be the best, just like all the billions like him. Now he is off to steal himself. Your pardon, Master Reader.
He scoots off somewhere to continue with his self-made training regimen. Sir Gimlin gained +1 quickness for the next rites. Alright. Still no more dialogue. Still no more dialogue. Wait, I want to check how close they are to leveling up. You still don't have your goddamn trinket. I probably should give you that so I can level you up. Fine. Get over here, you useless sack of... I should be interested to see which lessons you have taken from the book. You and Bolfred spent some time reviewing some of the specific aspects of the rites, such as the properties of the aura. You sense you gained something from it. The rites demand we act as of one mind, in perfect unison and harmony, and free of any doubt. I have grown more accustomed to being part of the Nightwings of today. Alright. Bolfred's vanish as sapling shall automatically spawn near his pyre. While using shield, Bolfred shields his allies as well. Bolfred permanently gains +5 hope, hastening how quickly he returns. Again. Well observed, I have to say, my boy. Great. Hopefully that's enough for the afterwards.
Oh hey, it's always nice to see you guys, honest. And I'm not just saying that because you're customers. Definitely not just saying that because of that. But anyways, go look around.
I think I wanted this one. But I have no money. Alright, I should probably start considering who I'm actually going to use so that I can sell the other amulets that I'm not. You know, I don't really use that. I mean, the only one who can use this potentially is Tiso, but I would rather just give him the big aura. How cannot be sold? Okay. Uses through solid objects, that could be useful. 100 to return. But is that enough to buy this thing? Yes, it is. Okay, the big bunches of Stardust are very expensive. It should be enough for now.
You guys take care, okay? Thanks for doing business.
Okay. As the sky begins to darken over the cairn of Ha'ub, you see one of your adversaries clad in the colors of the Fate step forward. Where's she? She arrives on cue. Oh, hi Elmer. Hello. Father asked me to salute you and the Nightwing, so here I am then. Consider yourself saluted. Oh, okay. And may the scribes watch over you and Mr. Oldhart. They shall do no such thing. Know that I am only doing this to ease Father's worries, such as I can. But when night falls, you are all my adversaries and nothing more. He walks away, even as the darkness grows and the stars begin to shine. 8 Titan stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Yeah, some of them have ridiculously big powers.
Islak Astralborn.
What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, yeah, that's 7.
Biolanthius.
I miscounted.
Reader, it seems the stars once more have mustered wherewithal to usher in the rites. The sky grows dimmer by the day. An age is ending. Surely you must know by now that you shall never all be free. Yet still you struggle to fulfill some senseless plan. But I digress, of course. Some of us still honor the tradition. Some of us hold dear the teachings of the scribes.
Hail once again, O Night Wings. My son Almer tells me you have treated him most graciously, and for that I am most grateful.
Father, I said no such thing.
But as we all know each other well now, I suggest that we dispense with further interactions for the time. We must not let our hearts take sway. We are here to honor the scribes.
Shay listens intently to all this, and then... Oh, you're right, Mr. Oldheart. I never thought of it that way, but you're right. Almer, when all of this is over, someday not too long from now, and the scribes are satisfied that we all have served them well, then will you be my friend? I don't know. Okay, I know you mean that too. So until then, may the scribe protect us all. May the scribes protect us all.
Who shall besmirch the Nightwing's name?
Give me this. Give me this. Ugh. Honestly, playing with you is like playing with a handicap. But I think I need to get you in there if I want your Yonder Crystal trinket. Might as well give you this one.
Volfred.
Bring Shay. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be bringing Shay, but first, might as well. And then
Shay. Predictably decided.
okay, I think I'm ready.
Let us stand together now, my son.
Father.
Always, Father. I am ready.
Begin. The orb.
Well, shit.
Your adversaries are the first to strike.
Yep. And that's gonna be a recurring issue, I feel like.
Dolbert dispatched with ease. Oh.
What in the frick?
To each his own.
Ooh.
Shay plunged into the fire.
Okay. What are you doing, you? Put your mask back on. We're in the middle of our rite. Oh, I know. I wanted to say, I think that you're all very brave. Is all, I think. Because we have encountered many triumvirates by now. I mean, we have the dissidents and the tempers and... What the fuck are you talking about? Get to the point. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean, my name is Shay, and I wanted you to know that my name is Shay since I know yours. Wait, he already knows your name. I get a feeling that this interaction should happen sooner. Or I think maybe I just never put her to fight against them. I see. Then ready yourself, Shay. You shall not hold back.
The fate. They claim to honor this tradition, and yet their claims seldom ring true.
Did this motherfucker...
What happened there? Tough luck, Nightwings.
He straight up...
My, that Dolbert still can do some work.
He threw himself into my aura because he knew that if everyone was banished, they would all come back.
Struggle all you like, Rita. Now there's a proper dousing.
Yeesh.
The orb is up. Barely. Righteous fire.
Fly! Itch fly! Oof.
I thought they had you there. Amatha banished.
Come on, just by time. Just by time. Just by time. Could you pass that freaking...
Now go. She soared right in. I wonder, shall the Nightwings press their luck? Both banished.
I should have shielded.
Sorry, Wolfred. All three Nightwings. Now there's a proper dousing. The Nightwings seem to be falling behind. Yes. So close.
Oof.
Deliverance.
She wasn't flying though.
Now, end the ceremony. Oh, poor old Dolbert. And
Ooh.
it is done. The the Nightwings managed to prevail.
Noxalas.
A rite conducted with aplomb. The rite is ended.
What?
The rites do tend to teach something of trust.
Did it just give that automatically? Or did it just not want to do? Does it not have any directions for them?
You may go now.
Weird.
At your earliest convenience.
Inside the wagon, after defeating the Fate, Hamitha is discussing aspects of the outcome with the others when the Lone Minstrel seeks you out. Pardon the interruption, reader, though I need ask a moment of your time while the night is clear enough for you to see. Please, come have a look outside. Perhaps the news of your next destination may further stir the hearts of your companions. Among what stars yet remain shining in the night, one of them now burns as bright as ever you have seen. The path to freedom calls to you again. Answer the call. The accusers. The cycle turns even more quickly now, until such a time as it shall shudder to a halt. He makes a sound then, almost like a laugh. I forget myself, reader. I should not say such things. The scribes, they would say that one ought to focus on the path in front of him. When we set forth to walk along a labored path, it can be all too much. If we stand back and look upon it as a whole, we may well decide to turn around. But if we begin to walk, whilst casting down our gaze, and while resisting well the urge to look too far ahead, we may make yet steady, careful progress. Soon enough, we may arrive where we are endeavored. The Lone Minstrel bids you a good evening. You had best retire for the night, for when the daylight comes, it shall be time again to take to the skies. Motherfucker. As long as no one crashes into me, should be good. Oh. Your wagon reels from the impact of some sort of massive object slamming into it mid-flight. False Nightwings. Orlick calls down to all of you from atop his wagon. Again you seek to climb that cursed mountain. I forgot what voice I was doing. Beneath us. Again you seek to take my rightful place. I should send you crashing down to it, that you might fall as I have. He stares down at all of you. But I shall not. Rather, we shall meet upon the summit, ere the last cycle of the rites is ended. Until then. Okay. Second of the two paths leading to the mountain summit, since Bertrude shall gain favor. First of the two paths, Sir Gilman shall gain favor. I'm getting that boy out of here. You make landing on the sacred Mount Elodiel after your encounter with Orlick. Orlick spoke the truth. He has a right to gain the summit. When the time comes, Celeste shall deem him worthy and shall let him pass. While he has transgressed against the rites, he has also already been anointed and prevailed. Nothing is written in the book on this, liberty ought to already be his.
Tepratave.
For the time, it seems that he has not yet traveled to the summit. Perhaps he is still making preparations with his fellow exiles. When exactly Orlek intends to make good on his promise, it did not make clear. For now, you are to confront Lendl and the accusers upon the summit. First, you may prepare. Oh, there it is.
Norim Casteja.
What brings you to me, dear reader? What's up, boo? We haven't talked in a while.
Nemraj Ligaratus.
Please, reader, leave me be. I ask that you leave me be. Go about your business. Go, watch the stars die out, and get you idiots their freedom.
Sorerita derarcus.
And you be sure to tell that herald with whom you consort that Sandra the Unseeing did her job. You tell him that. Perhaps that way he shall put in a good word, and the scribe shall finally provide for me a bit of reprieve. She falls silent for a time.
Crediasta shetimo.
I do not know what else to do, reader. But you remain with her, letting her draw whatever strength and comfort from your thoughts as you are able to afford.
Harum tanoje.
That was kind of you. However, let us conduct our business. I care not for your pity. Do not come visit me again, like this, without my asking. I insist. What else shall you ask of Sandra? Trial.
Nalara teremsa.
It is the least I can do in exchange for your company. You need but point me to the one you have in mind. You ask Sandra to administer one of her special trials for Bolfred.
Spete alomelos te.
That fancy talking sap, you mean? Shall be interested to see if he has learned something since last we sparred like this. Now let us bring him forth. Soon, Bolfred appears in heed of the summons. So it is my turn then, is it? Then let us see what we can do, my boy. The apparition of Sandra appears and unfastens her mask.
Rama farush.
Listen well, Sap. You answer to me here. As you will, Sandra the Unseeing.
Stramitas.
Proper as ever, then. Though I wonder if you have the wherewithal that you project.
Pansare tatalu.
Show me, then, what you can do without the benefit of those whom you would lead. And let us see if you and your lovely reader have reached a thorough understanding as of yet. No one was casting. Casting. What? Oh, can I not be? I could have sworn I was inside the aura. Okay. He can throw relatively far. I didn't notice that. I guess he might as well since he can't really do anything else. Oof. Nah, shit. I did not mean to pick that up. What? Oh, I thought he got me for some reason. grateful for the privilege of your time, good Sandra.
Jetamo tempri.
Thought I shall get you anywhere with me, Sap. Nonetheless, your performance was sufficient, and you passed my test. I shall never get you anywhere with me.
Mon protraje paloge.
Thus, congratulations are in order, to you and to your lovely reader. Now, farewell. Sorry, I had to turn my fan a little bit higher. It's starting to heat up.
Serio comprare.
I had not seen that Sandra in some time. She has not changed a bit. But it would seem she left something for us, did she? Loose bow. Wolfred's blink ability transports him farther than usual. Alright. Give me some of these. Get back up. Seek the Sap Scribe's favor. Later that afternoon, you accompany Sir Gilman through the ancient formations of the temple, high road, to the mountain, to the monument of Lusclorian.
Honor is a complicated thing, O scribes. That much at least this knight has learned from you. This knight shall honor his commitment to the Nightwings above all, his slithers towards the culmination of the rites, with eye wide open.
He returned to the wagon after he has finished paying his respects. The summit awaits. First, there is time to continue practicing your vocations. Sir Gilman gained +2 presents for the next rite. Is there anyone I can max out? I don't think there is. Maybe Shay? I think I can max out Shay. I'm gonna try to max out Shay. Shay gains a somewhat stronger grasp of how to better pass the celestial orb through strength of will and trust in one's triumvirate than through dexterity alone. She nods in understanding. Yes. Blessed are the scribes, whose eternal wisdom shines upon us through the stars and illuminates the path to our salvation. Wait, what did I just say? Why, that was strange. But I feel so invigorated now. Okay. When saluting, automatically leaps towards the orb if no one has it. Brief charge up if she jumps or sprints is eliminated. I should have gotten this from the beginning. The orb is from the stars, I think? Or maybe even is one? Okay. Continue your... Messenger Imp tracks you down in the fading glory of Mount Alodio to bring you news and rumors from the other side. His report subject is Tamitha, blood sister to Pamitha, and stoic leader of the Essence. She was liberated at the fall of Solium, her transgressions all forgiven upon her return. And yet, all the enmities remained, in spite of Commonwealth tradition, or because of them. Tamitha found herself held up in many rounds of questioning, each less informal than the last. All concerned the movements of her sisters in the Highwing remnants. Refusing to cooperate, Tamitha demanded safe passage to her native lands, yet remains detained. She holds that her own blood sister must have thwarted her once more. Meanwhile, the Essence are refusing to conduct the rites with any other race, and have not found a suitable replacement. You suspect you shall not face them in the rites again. As you finish reciting the Imp's message, you take notice of Pamitha's reaction. I'm worse than that to her by now, I think. Nonetheless, I'm grateful she's returned. I'll try to hold out hope she'll be the wiser for it. You thank the messenger Imp for delivering the news, and let it make good use of some of the Blackwing's facilities before watching as it flutters off towards the horizon. You are returned once more to Scribe's Gate, where the Gate Guardian awaits under a dim sky.
Escutil noctalas.
The exiles of the Nightwings, and you, Tarek. This is to be one of our final meetings.
Salutiam, Ceres.
Greetings, Celeste. The Nightwings are prepared, and afterwards, I would have words with you in private, if you please.
Simnaterus.
It seems to me rather late for words now, Tariq, but I shall hear them, once your charges cross the gate.
Varana Cramptus.
Now, all of you, come forth. Please state your names, and what is it that you seek whilst crossing Scribe's Gate. Once more, your companions cross the gate, one after another, and once more, you follow them in turn. Celeste regards you all, then waves you through towards the summit.
Norgasum gratas.
The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory.
Kibaret.
And Tariq,
Samea.
I, Celeste,
Redira tempta.
you may rejoin the others in a while. For now, I would hear those words of yours.
Felanta seres.
Certainly, Celeste.
Acertaba.
Everyone, I shall see you shortly.
The plains that sleep below, to the canyons open wide, here's a song of gentle for the lost and lonesome bride. On the hills and in the valley, where the weeping flowers hide, from the song of gentle mourning for the lost and lonesome bride. Now he roams through hill and valley, and the canyons open wide, singing songs of gentle mourning for his lost and lonesome bride. For his lost and lonesome bride.
I used to know that song. I kind of forgot a bit of it.
Oh, hey guys. It's gotten real cold again up here. But it's worth it, let me tell you. Got a lot of customers been stopping by. Okay, maybe I've been exaggerating just a little, since I have been waiting here a little while, I guess. But are you buying anything?
I'm not sure actually. Well, I'm at least selling these. And honestly, I don't think I'm gonna be using both. I'd rather just give him the speed, honestly. Now give me one of these.
Oh, you white eyes. Poppy Ficky Taste.
They're leaving, dear. Just look at how much we got this time.
Suppose we shall commence the liberation rites. The time has come again to deliver one of your fellow exiles to a homecoming in the Commonwealth, lest your adversaries, the accusers, achieve the same instead. The lone minstrel has returned and approaches you to await the signal from the stars.
Praetere legeratus.
There is something that I wish to ask you, reader. Something which, ordinarily, would not be my place to discuss in any detail.
Sirim darava.
You have observed the stars. If you would not mind my asking you in such a direct manner, how many liberation rites are you supposing yet remain? Have you deducted how many liberation rites are still to come? Is this the very last? Perhaps the old minstrel asks a leading question. Break the news that this is to be your final stand. 2 remain, including this one. The rate at which the stars are vanishing and the cycle is hastening leads you to only one conclusion. You have not spared it any thought. The stars and future liberation rites be damned. What matters is what happens here and now. As you. Tell him the only logical deduction which you have been able to make based on all of your readings of the stars of late is that there shall be one final liberation rite after tonight.
Arestralevas.
concur with your evaluation, reader, sir. I wish to make certain that you were aware, so that you and the Nightwings may yet make the most of your remaining time together. Thus,
Sumta verias.
as to what shall happen once the final liberation rite is ended, we soon shall both find out. But lo, it seems that we are called upon once more. Look forth. With 8 stars. Do I want them to have more presence, more quickness, or have... You know what?
Time Singer on.
They don't rely as much on stamina. They're probably gonna roll me with their stamina anyway.
Reader, I would ask that you think back for just a moment, if you please. When you first looked upon the Book of Rites, think back upon the words that it revealed. Oblige the voice that tells you more. Oblige the voice that tells you more. Would that the scribes were here among us still. I will
Among
not
us?
sing your praises to them, rest assured. I trust that you shall savor this occasion. You shan't have to oblige me for much longer.
Volunta lorigas.
Pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared.
Volunta lorigas.
I concur. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared.
Regeta noxavis.
Then anointed one of the accusers, come forth, declare yourself, and pay any respects you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. Poised as ever, Lendl steps forward and reaches for his mask. I was Brander Lendl the Liar. Once I reclaim my liberty, that name shall be forgotten, and my rightful station in the Commonwealth shall be restored. Nightwings, you may have prevailed against me when last we met here upon the sacred site, but the many years since then have taught me much. I shall not fail again.
Consiltaram.
Yet you still hold much resentment for your adversaries, is that not so, Lendl? Resentment is too kind a word for it. They are cheaters, one and all, unfairly favored by those scribes, while those such as myself must struggle endlessly for such a chance. Now come, accusers, let us vanquish those undeserving oaths, and prove now to the scribes that they were fools to favor the likes of them. He dons his mask once more. I am ready. 2 demons. Nightwings, your choice. In whose name shall you conduct the liberation rite?
Pensate lorigas.
I wish you this wisdom of the scribes in making your choice, reader.
Ulta coverantas.
And I wish you to come prepare your song with me, Tarek.
Whom shall you attempt to send home this time?
Okay, but let me check what they have. Shankol, gain plus 35 health. Living Flame, while the pair's Pyre has more health than the adversary's, deals bonus damage. Okay, what do you have? Banishing an adversary. Instantly recovers all stamina. Increasing the size of aura. 32 presence. Adversaries banish. Take longer to return. Using rush. Can rush again right away. So yeah, it's basically they're gonna do the fucking thing that I hate where they super dash and then kill someone and they instantly regain their stamina and then super dash again. So yeah, the whole stamina thing. Wasn't that bad. Wait, what does Lendl have? Regenerate stamina. Move with a move and pass the orb quickly. Cause banished adversaries to remain banished. 2 seconds longer than usual. Okay. My boy, I'ma need you to be fast as fuck. .33 speed.
Sir Gilman.
This knight extends his deepest gratitude. This time, perhaps, he shall be redeemed.
Who shall strive for him?
I kind of want to bring Shay, but I'm not sure how she's gonna deal against the demons. What do you have? Uses the stamina while slithering. They're gonna catch up to her pretty fast with this dash thing. Yeah, maybe I should just bring Shay. Does anyone else have? Okay, give me this. Could he be the flame leech? Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Shay,
Oh, then maybe this time. And I'm not sure if Pamitha or Bertrude. Probably Pamitha.
Pamitha.
I'm glad we're giving him another shot. Wait, is this the exact same team that I had last time that I tried to free him? Come then, Nightwings, and look upon me one last time, for by dawn I shall be free, while you all wallow in the terrible defeat we have in store for you.
Commence.
There we go. That's a lot of health. You imp! Singles out Tiso from across the sacred grounds, who's not even in the match. The indignity which you have wrought upon me all these long years, tonight shall be washed away, as I at least return to my post. Long had I toiled in this abominable place, only for you, pathetic wretch and what that you are, you, of all things, to thwart me and my accusers in our moment of triumph. It's a small consolation knowing that the Nightwings fell apart soon after, misfortune which you doubtless wrought yourself. As for we have clawed our way back to this mountaintop, you sniveling, loathsome little beast. And this time things are going to transpire in a very different manner. Just you watch. Tiso just stares right back at him, betraying no emotion. Then he claws at his mask. Certain image expressions resist translation. Suffice it to say, Tiso does not hold Wendell in high esteem. It seems Tiso does not hold Wendell's mother in high esteem either. Then he dons his mask once more. He's like, you and your mom. Why you? How dare you raise your weakling voice at me, you blasted Nightwings? Would that we could all go free, that I might have you all arrested and then sentenced once again. Get out of my way. Okay. Without Ixlac Star, this might just work. Okay, that was my bad. Oof. Now, accusers, grant me your auras and your anger, that we may finally secure rightful victory against these demons who we face. He is channeling the auras of his triumvirate, and their strength combines with his. This must be an aura gain. Aura gain. Secret technique developed by the accusers to ensure their victory in the liberation rites. They can get secret techniques? I mean, they've all been doing some weird shit. Oh, he's shielded now.
I almost pity what transpired there. But how?
Alright. Alright, you have. Shit.
A true aimed thrust into the fire.
That should give me some health back.
Sir Gilman plunges into the fire. The Nightwings edge closer to victory. Cast
Oof.
from afar into the Pyre's flame. Splendid. Positively brutish. A
Did I
shameful
miss?
outcome.
I missed! That's okay, I think.
dare say.
Okay, never mind.
Onward thus to greater glory. Now to the flame.
Motherfucker.
The fire of resolve. Now end the ceremony. Glorious.
Alright. Shay, it's all on you.
And
Ooh.
there it is, at last. The blasted Nightwings proved their worth.
No salas!
An outcome which left little room for doubt. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus, the scribes have chosen the exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free. Absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. His adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Blast you, Nightwings! Again you cheated me! Have you not pride at all in this tradition? Ah, so he's the guy who always calls cheat when he loses. Sir Gilman stares at nothing in particular. You sense he's taking in all what transpired and what it means for him. So then, this knight, he is to be free? He is to be free? Nay, that would mean... What that would mean his honor is restored. One cannot go back onto our Commonwealth by any other means. This knight's exile was self-wrought. His disgrace profound, that he has been atoned under the eye of the Underking and those of all his noble comrades. He begins to grow very emotional and then... This knight loves you all! He loves you all, that you would strive for him and let him join your noble quest. This knight does not feel as though he is deserving of this outcome, yet the result appears inarguable. Even now this knight is drawn into the shimmer pool, for time grows brief. Therefore, knowing this, beloved friends, this knight shall ever strive on your behalf there in the Commonwealth. Though his honor may have been restored, his true journey only now begins. And so, good friends of the Nightwings, this knight must now bid you farewell. However, the bonds we form together shan't be broken by mere distance, nay. Strive on, good friends, strive on. You can still hear Sir Gilman as he vanishes into the shimmer pool. If this lowly knight could have achieved such glory, surely can you all. For now, farewell, farewell. Sir Gilman earned back his freedom. May he return in glory.
Godspeed, Sir Gilman.
He looks
The cycle of the rites is
like a
nearly
worm with a
at
helmet.
an end.
right. You're maxed out. Maybe I'll max out Panther next. I think it's realistically the only one I could potentially max out next. Oh hey, the pearl. It's open. You return to the wagon after having prevailed against the accusers in the liberation rite.
Interiasiana?
I had a good feeling that this would happen.
Sempre vares.
Well, at least someone got out of here. And you succeeded in liberating Sir Gilman, who returned to the Commonwealth in glory.
Mostra temere.
The last light of the star still shines for us above. At this point, what is to become of our plan, which is at 74% success, needn't be the subject of our speculation. I trust that we'll learn the outcome soon enough. Our actions to this point shall pave the way, perhaps our faith as well. So let's for now focus on this. We stand upon the brink of the last turn of the cycle of rites.
Civitergi transa.
Soon, we'll have a final chance to get one of you home. Now, reader, up for a little stargazing. Let's see where in the downside we shall be returning for these final rites. Turn back towards the darkness to look upon the last few stars too stubborn to relinquish their light. Describe stars yet burn for you atop the sacred mountain. Determine where they lead. Pretty sure whoever I fight now is probably gonna be my next enemy. Oh no, they said it's gonna be, or like, yeah, forgot about that. So it doesn't matter really. Ooh, again. Gold. From you. Man, these motherfuckers are fast and have deceptively big auras. Ah, fuck.
Cogese onta.
Once more, you are to face the Tempers then. Although, I wonder. He hesitates before saying anything further. You cannot sense his thoughts.
Te parevas.
I apologize. I was lost in thought there for a moment. Let us make way for the Ridge of Gold, when everyone is feeling more refreshed, as much as possible. Yeah. Sparkly thing in the center is his heart. Can I not touch it? I could probably snap my finger off. Let me just harvest these. Bertrude seems to have something in her mind. Following the successful outcome of the liberation rite, you find Bertrude muttering something to herself. You hear some of the words as you approach.
Shouldst thou seekest darkness, then may nightfall come to thee in time. Shouldst thou seekest courage, then may bravery soon bloom within thy heart. Shouldst thou seekest water, then may the oceans open wide for thee. Shouldst thou seekest fortune, then...
You recognize it as the Bog Benediction, though you have never heard it said aloud. The Bog Benediction, an old blessing of goodwill from the southern bogs, never uttered there in modern times. The bog dwellers bade their more adventurous brethren to go forth and seek the other peoples of the land. Then Bertrude sees you there and cuts short the chant.
Care to explain thy presence, Reading One? We were amidst an invocation, which must now begin anew. 'Tis for the Worm Knight, if thou needest know, to speed him on his homeward journey. The Worm Knights are a distant kin. Unlike their ilk, ours Then perhaps the Worm Knight, easily underestimated as he is, perhaps he shall turn out to be of some small benefit as part of Sandalwood's designs.
She glares at you intently for a moment.
Mistake thee not these affections. No, mistake thee not these actions for affection. Not for a longing for the loudness of this place to escalate ever again to the volumes as such as only his incessant shouting could achieve. Now leave us reading one. The invocation must be finished ere the Worm Knight finally arrives upon the shores beyond this land, before his homecoming.
He turns away from you and then begins her chant again.
Shouldst thou seekest shelter, and may the elements be merciful to thee. Shouldst thou seekest kinship, may thy kin hold memory of thee. Shouldst thou seekest darkness.
You leave her to her benediction. The Worm Knight's absence is already felt. You know, however, that he will strive with all his might on your behalf there, on the other side.
Simte paroshen.
No more chatting,
Talosh de cognitar.
no more chatting. Continue your journey. It is daybreak. You are to set forth now for the Ridge of Gold, for what appears to be the final time. Thereafter you shall return free for one last exile's final chance at liberty. Route or Blooming Pool. Southern route to the Ridge of Gold goes through a humid area pocketed with hot springs. Shay suspects you might find something of value along this route. Luminstro suggests that a good supply of stardust might be found along this route. Yeah, I could really use some stardust. That's incredible. Search with the Lone Minstrel.
Taronta Ligaratus.
Ah, there you are, reader. Shall we get going then? You accompany the Lone Minstrel on an excursion through the rolling hills of Hollowwood. There, it seems the stars themselves recently shed some of their splendor. Collecting stardust is a laborious and delicate process. Some find it rather meditative. Stardust, substance of celestial origin, used to enhance a talisman's effects. In time, you have gathered a good supply of the stuff, and returned together to rejoin the others. Found a pile of stardust. Shimmers with an odd light. Raises rank to +10. Stash it away. No more dialogue. Let us continue our journey. The Bridge of Gold. Right.
Oh, hey guys, you know, it seems so awful quiet now, I gotta say, without that slippery little character that used to hang around with you, I mean.
Say, Poppy.
Talk like this a lot, you know what I mean? Hope he found that honor thing he was always going on about. We don't got that in stock just now.
Okay. Limbus Chambered recovers stamina faster. Banish adversary chance to recover all stamina. Flings the ore further. Could I do halt court shots with this thing? Can't afford it anyway. Grasping the orb, bearer instantly recovers all stamina. Well, the bearer's Pyre has more health than the adversary. Right. Carrying the orb, move faster. Banish while possessing the orb, chance to automatically pass it. stamina. I kind of want this, but I'm not sure what I should sell for it. Yeah, honestly, I don't think I'm going to be using wool for it, like, at all.
Molly great taste.
That's like 250, 44. Plus 5. Can't afford that yet. You know what? I'm gonna wait for the other one.
Oh, you guys really are my favorite customers, you know?
Let us convince the right. They're making all the necessary preparations amid the untamed reaches of the Reach of Goal. You and your companions await the commencement of the rites. It is quieter even than usual at the onset of such events. The lone minstrel appears, bearing some sort of news.
Tesonum tave.
I have checked, and it appears as though the Tempers have not yet arrived, breather, sir.
Tasente calas.
There is no sign of Ignarius or anyone. Their sigil is not set either. If what he says is true, and your adversaries are not present, then you presume the rites cannot commence. However, the stars themselves should indicate you are mistaken. Nine Titan stars. Fine.
Islak Astral Born.
Your failure to attend to learn the most valued lessons, provided we survive.
Reader, the Commonwealth, your home.
I have no memory of it.
Today it is aflame. Much like a stack of books. Aflame because of you. Because of your outlandish plan. Not that you care. Not that you shall live to see this place again. Your attempts at revolution shan't succeed. Though by all means, keep trying. As for myself, I shall enjoy presiding over these remaining rites.
The rite is set to commence, but your adversaries, they failed to show. Why the scribes? They must have lost all hope.
Barosta.
Indeed. As the rites are drawing to a close, some of the triumvirates whom you have met, perhaps they are beginning to decide the stars are not worth heeding any longer. Ignarius, you wonder whether he would give up on the rites like that. He did seem rather disaffected, having failed in the liberation rite before. Perhaps he did finally decide to quit for good.
De costa fara.
In any case, we have begun the ceremony here, and so I ask that we end it. What?
Go on then.
I mean, sure. I guess. Might as well give you this thing.
Bertrude. Tizo. Tamatha. Fine.
This is absurd. Well, whatever. Let's go then. Wait. I'm fighting no one?
Lo, even your adversaries have abandoned you. And it is done.
What?
The Nightwings prevail by default. Not that their adversaries even care.
That's weird. I don't think that's happened to me before in my playthroughs.
Nah, 'twas time we wasted here. Although our kind will live for very, very long.
Boundless are the teachings of the scribes.
Well, at least they gained some.
Now go
Enlightenment.
and wallow in the
Experience.
downside for a while.
what usually I remember happening is that you meet a spirit, and the spirit is like, hey, I can turn the right in your favor. And if you're like, no, then the enemies are powered up. And if you say yes, then the enemies go away. But I didn't even see the spirit this time. It just went to default to them leaving. No one speaks further of the tempers back at the black wagon. Everyone is instead preoccupied with the ride that is to come. Is it true then? Is this going to be our last chance to go home?
Strale saletas.
The stars always shine with truth. The ending of the cycle of rights is now upon us. He looks over to you.
Pratere legeratus.
Please look forth, reader sir, and see this for yourself. You may well surmise where we are going next. The others turn to you as well. He turns towards the wagon's door. You know what you shall see out there. Now, however, the time has come to face it. The demon fading light of the final star still pierces through the darkness, demanding your attention, guiding you towards the endpoint of your path. You see plain the golden star of Solium. Look upon it for the last. What? Oh, right. Wait. Oh, right. Solium, Golden Star. The true Nightwings are led by the demon Orlick. Your record against them is 0 and 1. You are summoned to the fall of Solium for your 7th and final liberation rite. Thus shall the cycle of rites be ended for an age. You sense that if the rites ever shall commence again, it shall not be during your lifetime, or that of any of your companions, even the longest lived ones. The stars reveal to you one thing more. The adversary whom you face shall be Orlick. Already he has crossed Scribe's Gate and awaits your arrival. If the 8 scribes created the Nightwings in their own likeness, perhaps it is only fitting that the Nightwings should, in the end, be forced to face themselves.
Sebature.
It is a shame that we should have to confront Orlick. In the end, our goals should never have been at cross purposes. I'm surprised that this is what the scribes desire. For now, it might be best that you recover until dawn. Regain your strength as best you can for the coming trial. Rest well, reader. The group disperses as exhaustion sets in. At dawn, you fly to Mandalorial to make a final effort to achieve your plan and get somebody home. But who? 76%. No one there to talk to.
Foolish reader. Your so-called friends. You are accomplice to their hateful plot. They are exploiting you. You shall never have your freedom.
By dawn, you're already up and about, after a troubled slumber. The Black Wagon is prepared for its final voyage to the fall of Solium. No one speaks. As you lift into the skies, the lone minstrel raises his voice, cutting through the somber mood.
Legeratus.
Reader, a certain olden ballad comes to mind just now.
Tristatage.
I think it may benefit the circumstance. Perhaps it may help to pass the time along our flight. Would you mind it very much if I were to play this song for the Nightwings? Let the lone minstrel wishes to play his ballad, by your leave. By all means, a song from the lone minstrel may help lift the spirits of your companions at this vital time. Not now. This, your final voyage towards a chance at freedom. It's a time for quiet contemplation. Now let's get some music. You urge the lone minstrel to play his ballad so that all among you may hear it. He begins without another word.
When the stars align, the rights shall come to bear. for three shall be as one. Freedom in flame, the end has just begun. Strength may break our own, but twisted make upgrade. Together on their own, the journey shall be made. The journey shall be
Okay, I may have mistimed it. I wanted to time it so that that last part was the fall of Solgrim. I should have gone on a bit of a straighter line. Also, I was not aware that I could not dash while that was happening. Second of the two paths, Bertrude shall gain favor. First of the two paths, Shay shall gain favor. You want to chase already pretty power. Give me some favor for Bertrude. Touchdown amid the quiet solitude of Mount Elodiel to make pilgrimage to the summit for one last time. There, one last liberation rite shall soon commence. There, one last exile shall regain his or her freedom, while others shall remain to carry out their sentences here in the downside for the remainder of their lives. And the Commonwealth, the plan of which you are a part, shall either come to fruition or shall be suppressed. Seek the Crone Scribe's favor. After having landed, you join Bertrude in an expedition to the monument of Molten Military for what is likely to be the final time.
We beseech ye, ancient gods of the last age, and we invoke thine aid. We have traveled far to gain this summit many times, and stood steadfast with our compatriots who seek to leave this place. We now offer ye our services eternally, if ye would grant us such a boon as to ensure our triumph in the coming night. Long would we serve ye, O ancient gods, should ye accept our offer here and now.
Soon she is finished. You return to the wagon in silence, feeling as though Molten Military has shown you favor. At dawn, you shall begin your last ascent. For now, your vocations may occupy what little time you have to spare. Bertrude has gained +3 glory for the next rite. Okay. Can I possibly max out anyone? I don't think so.
No, I was just short of maxing out Pamitha.
It's not like I'm gonna use Wolfred anyway. Any chance you get some bonus freaking like 300 XP? Ah, frick. Well, if that's the case, might as well get a global boon. Study in private. Hone your skills as a reader to grant a small global bonuses to your fellow exiles during the rites. You find a relatively quiet clearing to study the Book of Rites with undivided attention, though greater understanding comes the reader's influence. Attribute bonuses you bestow on all your fellow exiles who participate in the rites. Focus on the teachings and their wisdom, gain +1 hope for everyone. Focus on its authors and their powers, gain +1 quickness for everyone. Its innate mystic power, gain +1 presence for everyone. Well, Orlek is gonna definitely outbeat me in presence. I don't think I can have more presence than him. So get some more hope. You concentrate on the substance of the words and teachings of the Book of Rites, such as you understand them thus far. Inspiration comes to you in a flash, whether from the book or from within you cannot tell. You have gained the reader's influence, spirit, plus 1 hope. Continue your journey. Scribes Gate. It is said the scribes themselves keep watch over Scribes Gate. Deep in the sublime grandeur of Mount Elodiel, you find a messenger imp looking to bring you the latest news and rumors from the other side. This time around, the imp brings tidings of Sir Gilman and what happened to him since his liberation at the Fall of Solium, when at last his self-imposed exile came to an end. You learn that his return to the Commonwealth was met with much rejoicing, and that before long he was promoted to the rank of Veiled Captain of the Blood Border. And yet, with tears welling in his eye, he did refuse the post, stating he no longer had the heart to fight against the Highwing remnants as he once did. He then cast down his helmet, and when next anyone saw him, he was among Bolfred's agents, having joined the revolution to reshape the Commonwealth from within. You thanked the messenger imp for the report, and saluted crisply, surely Gilman would have. Soon the news has everyone in the wagon talking. Tiso feels inspired by the news of Sir Gilman's selfless actions.
Nah, the tears he shed ought to have been bottled, and thus set aside for use in various solves.
Noble Gilman made the gallant choice, it seems. Our plan comes closer to fruition through his good example and support. One of the Sea Dominion's own, laying down his arms by his own choice? I am honestly surprised, even having known him. Do you think that one day I can be as brave as him? Because I don't always think I can. The news of Gilman's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with newfound resolve. Your companions gain plus 1 hope for the next rite. Wish him good fortune. You stand before the Scribe's Gate with your companions. The Gate Guardian is there, as ever, but you sense something different in her.
Escutil Noxalas.
Exiles of the Nightwings, we shall not meet again after the coming rite.
Simnaderus.
Tariq and I, it shall be time we take our rest, I think.
Salutiam, Ceres.
Greetings, Celeste. I would tell you that the Nightwings are prepared, though this time I am uncertain anyone amongst us feel thus.
Omvisacare.
We have a duty to uphold, Tariq.
Taruntadage.
And then what, Celeste?
Petara Nilum.
And then nothing. Not for the rights or us. Not till the dawn of a new age.
Ransage Lostium.
Now, Nightwings, step forward. Please state your names and what it is that you seek whilst crossing Scribe's Gate. One by one, your fellow exiles approach her, now with sourness in their step.
We are called the Big Bertrude. We seek to fulfill the plan of Sandalwood, for we are fond of him and his beliefs, and then to go about our business.
Oh, my name is Shay, and I am here because the scribes, this is the path that they showed me, and all of us. I like it when they call to me.
Sema brevedusta.
Pamithathane here. I came seeking my blood sister Tamitha's forgiveness, since she ended up here because of me. Maybe something good can come of it as of yet. Tiso believes that his ancestors are watching over the Nightwings, and seeks to live up to their legacy. My name is Wolfred Sandalwood. As long as yet to see an age where freedom is one's birthright, and no longer are good people such as these forced to contend for it. Finally, you step forth once more. You, a common wanderer who vowed to help his friends be free again, and who managed to come that far with this group. The Gate Guardian observes you for a moment, then motions past the archway towards the summit.
Gratan Octolorica.
The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory.
Disasaivaros.
Except for you, Tariq. You stayed right there. I thought you said...
Rictus Tafinem.
The rites are not yet ended, Tariq. He looks to her, then over to the rest of you.
Remis Cavas.
Pardon me, everyone. I shall be there when the stars align. The Gate Guardian and the Lone Minstrel remain together as the rest of you depart. You have gained the summoning of Mount Alodiel for the 7th time, the final time in which any one of you shall have a chance to leave the downside. The Beyonder Crystal seeks you. Hey, yo, what's up? Thank you for visiting on such short notice, reader. I understand you have important matters to attend to. So let me be blunt. Please listen for a moment then. I know this whole affair is coming to an end. All of it. I sense the binds that form the rites becoming weak. Which means, soon, you will not need me anymore. Not that you have any need of me at the point, but still, my services will not be of any further use. I would love to tell you that this means I shall be free from my eternal prison. But for some of my Beyonders, it shall be a release. My accomplices are bound by weaker words than those which had bound me. They shall fade away, I think, and finally rest. I, however, shall remain. She hesitates for a moment. Thus, I have a proposition for you. I do not know where you shall go from here, but I ask you to take me there, wherever it shall be. By that I mean, take this stone prison of mine and keep it. Do not just leave it, as all your predecessors have. Each time their stay among the Nightwings reach an end. Soon, the Beyonder Crystal shall serve no use at all, except to keep me trapped. I am content to remain thus, for I have little choice, but I would prefer to do so in your company. For I do enjoy your company, reader. This may not be of much of a compliment, but I assure you that I much prefer your company than to an eternity of solitude. I have no wish to see you gain in years, and to eventually decay, whilst I remain unchanging. But I should rather have more years whilst having contact. Even if those years are to be brief, they shall afford me many more, in which I might think back upon our times. Nor do I expect you to accommodate my needs, for I am well aware that I have my limits in accommodating yours. That is to say, I wish you to go forth, after this night, and live your life however you see fit, for your own sake. May all this right business enrich your coming day somehow. And, in considering that life after this night, if you think that there may be a place in it for me, however small, then once again, I simply ask that you take me along. That way, should you ever wish to visit me again sometime, you could, and I would like to have that as an option more than not. My request here is a selfish one, for there is little I can offer you in exchange, other than what my little companionship is worth. Perhaps I could lull you to sleep once in a while. Who knows? You could always try to sell the Beyonder Crystal for a reasonable sum somewhere, or something to that end. There must be someone out there with an interest in this thing. So then, you have heard my sad little proposition. What do you say? Sandar wishes for you to claim the Beyonder Crystal for yourself. Agree and do it. Why not? Sandar has proved to be a kindred spirit. You would rather not part ways with her. Decline with all respect. The Beyonder Crystal is not your property, nor is it Sandra's penance your responsibility. Let's go. You grasp the Beyonder Crystal and set it into the folds of your clothing. Sandra senses this and makes a sound, though surprised. Thank you, reader. She's at a loss for a moment, and then... Let us go, then, from this place. Go and face your last remaining adversaries. May you crush them under heel, and achieve the outcome which you seek. I believe you shall prevail. I shall probably not. He disappears into the stone, for now. You took the Beyonder Crystal with you. Keep it with you. Alright. I have not more business in this place. Greentail's family portrait. A reasonable likeness to Rookley, his mother and uncle. May they have reunited by now. Tiso's nest. Various scraps and things laced together with bits of ribbon and fabric. Topped with a plush fish fluttering up in the rafters. Silver Cudgelhead. Limbus, cold-blooded creature rescued from the sea. I mean, you say rescued, but really it's probably kidnapped. It is fully grown and has led a rich life, keepsake from the worm gulf. A soil shell, sparkly thing in the center is in fact its heart, which it airs from time to time. Keepsake from the Sea of Solace. Only a monster would attempt to remove the heart, or would have the strength to do it. A magma mug provides a bit of warmth on cold nights, and something at which to nod and stare. Singing sands, so-called singing sands of countless screeching wheel might. Tiny tempest, entertaining but would unleash calamity if ever to be unbottled. Sir Gilman's crest, certificate of knighthood in the Commonwealth. Gilman did not want it anymore. Sir Gilman's status liberated. Sidle bones. Would that we all can become musical instruments ere our bones turn to dust. Bertrude's decks, unusual edged cards depicting the greater titans, probably for curses and enchantments, practicing her breathing. Mrs. Moonshine, kept close at hand in chance of a good occasion or a very bad one. Mrs. Status, watching everyone get ready. Headwind's cooking tins. What passes for cooking supplies here? Headwind used to do most of the cooking, but now he's liberated. The Nightwing sigil, a symbol representing your triumvirate, set in the wagon's floorboards. It is very heavy. Jody's throw rug, fashioned from Howler's hide, sends their ilk a clear message while reminding you of Jotariel. Drive imp. Creatures such as this must have been bred to push the black wagon along. The Book of Rights. Wait, don't I have something of Bolfred? Alright, also Shay's crab catcher. Bundle of sticks Shay insisted on hanging in the rafters. She believes it brings good fortune. She's lost in prayer. Alright, for Bolfred is the planner. Bolfred maintains the details, summary of your progress to the rights. Bolfred is deep in thought. And the probability of success is 76%. Am I missing someone? I don't think so. Well, let's go.
Say, Forrest.
Hey, guys. Well, I guess you probably heard the big news, huh? Yeah, I'm going out of business here, I guess.
Without the Calamayo's, Thomas.
Just hasn't been the same, you know? What with the stars fading and stuff. Anyways, just wanted to say you guys are great, and I'm sure I'm gonna miss having you guys as customers and all that. Some good news though, all my stuff, it's all on sale now, and I will throw a little extra there just for you, okay? So, enjoy, and maybe I'll be seeing you guys around, okay?
Henceforth, all of Falcon Ron's goods are 5% off. Hooray! 5% is 5%. Wait, wasn't there a thing that I wanted to buy? Where's the shroom? There ain't no hardware. Oh, I already sold the shroom.
Right, Ice.
Do I actually want one of these? When flinging the orb, deal bonus damage. Or a burst may occur. The vengeful bow is just a better version of this. Plunging into an adversary's pyre, deal bonus damage. Alright, the ring. Well, boy, after getting banished, the bearer returns in a burst that draws in nearby adversaries. I'm not sure I want that though. Bearer has -3 hope. When dowsing the adversary's pyre, deal bonus damage. After grasping the orb, the bearer instantly... You know what? This might have been good on Sir Gilman, because he does very little damage, and he has a lot of abilities that let him return instantly. After grasping the orb, the bearer instantly recovers all stamina. Banish while possessing the orb. Blocking an airborne adversary, briefly stun them, knock them back. Banished ally has a chance to instantly return. Nah, you know what? Just give me some more Stardust. Oh, yeah, I think this is what I wanted to buy. Eagle's Wing. And that's about it. Well, I think I also have Bertrude's tail and Tamitha's feather. Well, let us return.
Pleasure doing business with you guys. So,
Let us commence the final liberation rite. You have gained the summit of Mount Elodiel for the 7th time. Very few stars remain above to light your way as you await the commencement of the final liberation rite. The lone minstrel finds you clutching the Book of Rites, seeking there perhaps some bit of wisdom that has eluded you thus far.
Negaratus.
Reader, we may not have a chance to speak again after this. I may have to go.
Yara amitage.
I wish to say that I am grateful for having made your acquaintance, and I shall remember you with fondness. I wish you well, this night and always. Go forth with glory. Then he looks up at you and extends his hand in friendship. You clasp it. Yuzutiso has joined you. All of your companions are there with him, in fact. Tiso wants you to know he has the utmost faith in you. Well, Reader Darlin, what do you say we give those old scribes a real show to remember then, shall we? It is strange for me to say given the circumstances of our meeting, Reader, but it has truly been a pleasure. Onward, now, let us achieve our plan.
oh, hi, mister. The others, they said they wanted me to join them and come talk to you, so here I am. The scribes are watching us.
Reading 1. Thou art both wiser and less irritating than most others of thy kind. We have learned something from thee, and we are grateful.
You look upon your fellow exiles, your companions, with whom you have withstood the downside, and with whom you shall now conduct this final rite.
Ceramiscus.
Begging your pardon, but my time has come. We shall see each other soon. He departs after this night. The outcome of Volfred's plan, the plan of which you all have been a part, shall be decided, one way or another. For now, all you can do is strive to prevail against your final adversaries, so that one last companion may go free. You rise to join your fellow exiles as the last remaining stars ignite. Final liberation rite of this age shall now commence. We have to keep going until we're free. Don't tell me there's 10. No, 9 Titan stars. I definitely don't want to give them more presents. Well, having come this far, you need but take the final step upon your quest for freedom.
Look, for one last time, upon the fall of Solium, dear reader. Hear me for one last time. For soon, the few remaining stars shall fade away, leaving you stranded there for your remaining days in that forsaken land where you deserve to be. The rabble that you roused here in the Commonwealth shall be put down. The exiles whom you liberated all shall fall in line. But first, let us get on with this last liberation rite. You face none other than yourselves. Each so unlike the glorious Nightwings of yore. 'Tis a shame that one of you shall soon be free, for you deserve each other.
The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. But before the lone minstrel can concur per the custom, not another word. The demon Aurelic slowly raises his clawed fingers to his mask. The false Nightwings have arrived at last. long have I awaited this? My freedom once stolen from me. Then I was cheated of it, here upon this mountaintop. You may now attempt to take it from me once more. He stands there for a moment, silent. Then, Orlek dons his mask and stands prepared. May these damned rites cease forever, for the misery which they caused.
Noxala.
Nightwings, we shall not meet again after tonight, for the cycle of rites is all but ended. Thus, I would have your decision. On whose behalf should you conduct this final liberation rite? The one who be anointed, or else the exile Oralek shall be returned.
Pare, Legeratus.
Godspeed, reader. You know what is at stake better than I. I have the utmost faith in you, to make the best decision and conduct this rite with glory.
Noxala.
Nightwings, the stars remaining light. The stars remaining light grows dim. Your decision, please. It is time now to choose who, if anyone among you, shall go free this one last time. The rest of you shall remain in the downside to the end of your days. One by one, you meet the gazes of each of your fellow exiles. Wolfred, Tiso, Bertrude, Shay, Ametha, your fellow exiles, your companions, your friends. Together, you have come this far, but now, the downside and the rights conspire to tear your group apart and disrupt your plan. Are you prepared to choose one last time? No, the pressure is too great. It seems both cruel and unfair to have to make such a decision. Is there no other way? Yes, there is no turning back. The fate of your friends and the Commonwealth may hinge on your decision you are about to make. With but a glance, you reassure your fellow exiles that you know what to do.
One final opportunity for salvation. Too bad for the rest of you.
Okay, so you have a gnashing coal. You can banish people by flinging the orb at them, which is annoying because you're also gonna do the thing. After saluting, deal an additional 10 damage. Mooncrest, after being banished, chance to return immediately. Snapcast. Okay, so you're Shay, basically. And an imp with a quickness crest, which is weird actually. Return faster, fluttering faster. Banish adversaries in a wider area. Alright. Who shall go free? I mean, you want to be friends with the guy who's already here. You're an imp. Although I believe you did mention passing interest in seeing the Commonwealth. You know what? It would be kind of fucked up to have you face off against Oralek. I mean, you wanted to free your sister and you kinda did. Not on purpose, but still. This would be fucked up. Alright, what's your presence? 22? That's with the stone. His presence is 40? Okay, yeah, no, I'm not gonna out-presence him. Give me your wings.
Tiso.
Tiso is deeply moved by your decision, but regrets that you are forced to choose just one. Your choice is cast. As for your other companions, you sense a clarity of thought and purpose in each of them. They stand ready to support Tiso, as well as you.
Who shall be at his side?
I mean, 2 people can play that game.
Shay,
Blessed are the scribes, who grant to me and all of us this final chance, that we may free our dear friend, Tiso. Either Pamitha or Bertrude. I'm gonna be honest, I like Pamitha better. But first... Wait. What amulet did you have? Alright, the star thing. Well, might as well pump this up with all that I have. Now that I'm thinking about it, I could have also probably pumped this up to get a bunch more presents. I don't think it would have been enough to unmatch freaking Orlik's 40 presents.
Pamitha.
Wouldn't have wanted to sit this one out, that's for sure, Rita darling.
With that out of the way,
Those are to be my adversaries then. And who is it, I wonder, who asserts his will over that group? He sends Orlik searching for you, almost reaching out to you. You shadow of the false Nightwings. They are nothing to me. Even Tiso? But you who would relinquish your own liberty for the sake of them. Strange. It is fitting then, that I should have to face one such as you. Then Orlik stands ready, signaling for his 2 allies the same. By light of dawn, the cycle of right shall cease. Let us see if we can finish this ordeal before that time. The sky above begins to shudder. The final liberation rite is about to commence.
Misase varos,
Tariq,
L'alzare.
aye, I am prepared, Celeste.
una pretavis.
Then let our songs this evening shake the stars themselves.
Penelovale.
Aye, Celeste, let us make sure of it. Tiso. Tiso fumbles with his mask. Tiso recognizes Orlik and greets him tentatively. It is good to see you. Orlik reaches for his mask in turn. How was the horn? Mended? Tiso indicates his horn has not bothered him for a long time now, and thanks Orlik for it. Good. A full recovery then. But it is unfortunate to see you standing there with them, Tiso. Come with us. No questions asked. The proposition seems to catch Tiso off guard. Tiso indicates that he will not abandon his friends or their quest. He seems to be pleading with Orlik to stand down, to listen, to not give in to the anger. But Orlik shakes his head. He puts his mask back on. This is something I must do, little one. Tiso dons his mask in turn. He chirps nothing more.
begin. The final chance at liberation for the age.
Ah, shit. Orlik is a straight up asshole. What? They did in fact launch that from downtown. The sky rains ash. Soon shall your pyre's bone mingle with them. Just then, the skies above begin to rain down fire. Final throes of the cycle of rites, and the ending of the age. let him have that. I forgot she has the star shard. All of you, you shall rot here. You shall rot as I have. All these many years. You false Nightwings, who would deny me once again my rightful liberty. You who would deny that liberty to all the triumvirates you face and vanquish under the guise of the traditions of those blasted scribes. Come, let us continue with this glorious affair.
How he has changed, that Orlek. Grown old and bitter lo these many years. Seeming now that is how to snuff a flame.
I think Tommy-san might be my best bet actually to straight up win this.
Shall it be indeed?
I keep forgetting she has shooting star.
Not quite.
Ah, shit. Ah, he debated me.
None left unscathed.
Yep.
Such chaos.
What in the fuck?
A decisive blow.
Shit.
What?
What?
There it is.
How? What the fuck kind of jump was that?
The true Nightwings proved their worth.
And
The
not that it matters.
Nightwings proved their utter lack thereof. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus, the scribes have chosen.
Tizo is filled with conflicting emotions at the outcome of this final liberation rite. Orlek appears, his head bowed. For someone who has triumphed, you sense no pride in him. You posed a reasonable threat. No, farewell. You fucking owned me in every single ride we had together. You look upon Orlek, for what you shall expect shall be the last time. What you expect shall be the last time. Any moment now, the Shimmer Pool shall engulf him. Any moment now, he shall regain his freedom and return into a commonwealth he has not seen in half a lifetime. Any moment now, the cycle of the rites shall end, until at least the dawn of a new age. Any moment now.
And thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen. No. Nightwings. Reader. What have you done?
Nothing happens. Soon, Orlek tenses up. Each prior time upon the fall of Solium, the Shimmer Pool has opened, following the liberation rite, and taken in whichever exile prevailed. But now, all is still, and the light of the stars above has all but died. You sense a growing fear that it is already too late, that the Shimmer Pool shall not reveal itself again. Orlek laughs to himself. The 8 scribes saved their greatest treachery for last. Then something else catches his notice. Wait. A sudden rush of starlight cascades through the stillness of the summit. shimmer pool has appeared again, different somehow, but open. Orlek looks upon it, but it does not engulf him, or at least not yet. Well, it seems I was mistaken then. The 8 scribes, this is not their greatest treachery, it is their greatest jest. The shimmer pool is flung wide open. It seems that all are worthy now of freedom. Just then, Tiso approaches. Tiso can hardly believe what Orlek is saying. Everyone can return then? Tiso moves closer to the shimmer pool, but...
Bupra malira.
Halt, Tiso! It is a warning. Tiso recognizes it as such and heeds it.
Sarinti peratam.
The shimmer pool has lost most of its strength. You step inside, and you shall surely perish in the current. Of that, I can assure you. Orlek shakes his head. Then I am cheated once again.
Veram taharos.
No, the shimmer pool is revealed, and one of you may still return as planned. But Orlek, as the victor of this liberation rite that ends an age, the choice of who is to return is no longer decided, but is yours.
Degaran valiam.
Having to choose from those anointed, ere last light of the stars is extinguished, and the rites draw to an end. This is the final trial of the scribes. Final trial of the scribes? All that remains then is for me to choose myself? Is that what you are saying?
Consultarias.
If that is to be your choice, then yes. How is this even a choice? What reason would I have to?
Tamloyas tariva.
Orlek, make your decision quickly, lest it shall be forfeit. I do not know for how much longer the light of the stars shall offer you this gift. Why do I hesitate? To have come this far, to have regained what ought to have already been mine all those years ago. Why now? Why now would I hesitate to claim my right? The final trial of the scribes. Orlek is lost in thought. Let him work it out. You loathe to tamper with the thoughts of one in the midst of a crucial decision. Reach out to him. Perhaps you can help Orlek work through the troubles weighing him down. Manipulate him. A mind preoccupied becomes highly susceptible to unconscious influence. Let's talk things out. As Orlek struggles with the implications of the choice he has to make, you reach out to him, maintaining calm. Soon, he becomes aware. You... Shadow of the false Nightwings, I sense you lurking at the edges of my thoughts. Begone, you venture to a place more desolate than the one of which you have been exiled, to which you have been exiled. Would you remain with him? Soon, your thoughts are known to him as well. You, all this time, you stood by them, clinging all the while to your faith that you yourself could still be free someday. How foolish. And Volfred, the remorse which he expressed to me then, it was genuine? This plan of yours, back when we stood together in the rites, it was our plan. Then Orlek seems to pull back from you, and he returns to his senses. My choice is made.
Idicaritas.
Then please declare it. He turns to you. You there, shadow of the false Nightwings. I would have you be gone from here, back to the Commonwealth. Go, return and realize that plan. The Gate Guardian studies him, betraying no emotion. The freedom I have sought, my desire for it, it's unlikely to be sated in the Commonwealth, which cast all of us here. The Gate Guardian turns to you as well.
Escutil noxavos.
Reader of the Nightwings, quickly please, do you accept the burden and the outcome of this choice? You look toward Tiso, who regards you with such warmth that no further exchange is needed.
Consultarias.
Your choice, reader. Orlek has offered you your freedom. Insist that Orlek go free instead. He earned this rightfully, and not just once. You cannot take something like this from him. Ask for Tiso to be free. You intend to prevail on his behalf. Perhaps there is still a chance. Humbly accept. This is your chance to finally be free. After all you have been through. You know what? I have no memory of the place. But then again, Sandra might want to look at it. What is being offered you is far too precious of a thing to be declined. You accept. You have chosen to be free yourself. The choice is made then. It is done. Tiso looks to you, this one last time, his heart filled with unspoken understanding. You turn then to Orlek for an instant, but another instant later. He is gone. He and everyone. And you feel the coldness. All you feel is the coldness of the rush of water coursing all around you. Orlek gave his freedom so that you may yet have yours. May you return in glory.
Godspeed, reader.
I'm a ball.
Times.
I'm a star.
No stars remain aloft. The cycle of the rites. It is finished. The Commonwealth. What shall become of it? What shall become of us? Nightwings. The opportunity to gain your freedom from the downside. Was it not enough?
That night, an exiled reader returned to the Commonwealth. He was to be the last. The stars had faded, and the cycle of the rites had run its course. He found the Commonwealth in a state of unrest, spurred by the efforts of our 4 liberated exiles. Walfred Sandalwood's revolutionary plan had incited the masses. These exiles and the starless sky portended the return of the scribes. Portended. The rulers of the Commonwealth pushed back. Fighting broke out in the streets in spite of Sandalwood's intentions. It was then that the high-wing remnants chose to strike. Allegations that the high-wing remnants were in league with Sandalwood were never proven. However, there was no denying the result of the troop-pronged attack. After enduring for almost a millennium, the Commonwealth had fallen. The new Starian Union declared its sovereignty in the next year. Among the changes its elected leaders ushered in, they vowed never to cast their people into exile. And they abolished the old Commonwealth decree of forbidding literacy. Today, we still remember all of this. And we remember the exiles of the downside, whose deeds led to the dawning of our new age, of our age, whether they returned or not. All of them. But we should start from the most important one. Ron.
Should probably come down, Tice.
With the rights drawn to a close, the slug market's revenues fell precipitously, and Falcon Run was forced to liquidate its assets and close up shop. Yet, as is sometimes the case with those of an entrepreneurial leaning, this time of hardship led to an epiphany, or at least a sudden change of fortune. One day, Falcon Run had a run-in with a messenger imp bearing news from the other side. Ron gave to it one of its remaining trinkets, which could not be sold. The following week, the messenger imp returned to him bearing a tidy sum of wealth in the newly minted coinage from the Saurian Union. Saurian, or nation formed in 839 AS, after the fall of the Commonwealth. One day we all may stand, shoulder to shoulder, with a common cause. Wolfred Sandalwood. Falcon Ron cut a long-term deal with the messenger imp, then and there. Though his trade remained a gray area from legal standpoint in the Saurian Union, the newfound fame of the downside caused Falcon Ron's goods to explode in popularity. He later signed an elaborate agreement with Big Gertrude and found the distribution partner on the other side through Rookie Greentail, whose own business had expanded. Especially in the Saurian Union, Falcon Ron's goods are still known for their superior quality, though he assumes no liability for any side effects. What about Bolford?
Silta Vidias.
When the cycle of the rites ceased turning, Wolfred Sanderwood turned towards the starless sky and closed his eyes and prayed. It was all that he could do at that stage of his plan. He aspired to assemble with liberated exiles representing each of the 8 largest ethnic groups composing the population of the Commonwealth. They would stand together as a vision of the 8 scribes return, inspiring the masses to embrace an older set of values from before the Commonwealth had tightened its grip. With the rites ending sooner than expected, this ideal scenario became impossible. Sandalwood's own freedom, for instance, was now forfeit, yet the plan did have contingencies. Word reached him that on the night of the Scribes' return, inspired by the liberated exiles, the people of the Commonwealth demanded new leadership. Cast yourselves down, chant from the Scribes' return. Several of his fellow liberated Nightwings stood together, and their voices echoed through the streets. It was vital to Sandalwood that this stand against the Commonwealth be peaceful in its nature, but this proved to be unattainable, especially after the Highwing remnants appeared. There was speculation that their well-timed assault may not have happened by coincidence, though Sandalwood denied any involvement and regretted the bloodshed. Nevertheless, the main thrust of the plan had been achieved. Sandalwood kept busy after that, as much as possible, providing counsel from afar to those who would be at the forefront of the birth of the Saurian Union. Of course, being stranded in the downside meant that there was only so much he could do. Resting assured that the future of the nation was in capable hands, he turned his attention to the remaining exiles of the downside. They might never return to that new nation, but at least they could experience its triumphs and its struggles in some vicarious way. So he took to his old work, writing and printing. As literacy began to spread throughout the Saurian Union, so too did exiles of the downside take to it. For his part, Sandalwood helped to teach as many as he could. More than that, he provided the material to read, a semi-annual report about the latest events both in the Saurian Union and the downside. This periodical gave many exiles something to look forward to. One of his allies in this was the imp Tiso, with whom he traveled all across the downside. Sandalwood often cited Tiso as a wellspring of his own enthusiasm for a brighter future, such was the creature's spirit. He enjoyed exchanging letters with the reader of the Nightwings, who kept him well abreast of how the other comrades and the fledgling nation fared. You, the reader, were once an exile, sentenced to life in the downside. Now you're free. Once merely the status of a deviant, yet now a revered title in the Saurian Union. Who kept him well abreast of Aya. It is said that, at some point, he made amends with his old one-time friend, Oralek, with whom he clashed during their days as exiles. After that, they seldom traveled separately. As Wolfred Sandalwood gained more fame throughout this land for all his sacrifices and his contributions, it is said that he remained steadfast about 2 things. The first was the cause itself ought to remain in focus, the freedom that the people had achieved. It was a gift to be cherished, a set of values that needed to be nurtured. The second point he made was that he himself had little to do with the outcome. He would often praise the exiles of the Nightwings who had stood with him, each in turn by name. He never forgot any of them. One day, to commemorate his birthday, the people of the Saurian Union unveiled a monument depicting him and the Nightwings as imagined in their prime. While Sandalwood did not learn of it until much later, it is said that he was moved to tears then by the gesture. It has since ensured that those of us with memories more fallible than of Sandalwood likewise remember the achievements of his fellow former exiles and our cause. Speaking of Oralek, after the Shimmer Pool closed for what would be the last time, Oralek looked around him in the flickering light of the Nightwing's still burning pyre. He then turned towards the fall of Solium and looked upon the black, starless sky. After standing thus for some time, he averted his gaze and walked away without a word. Oralek had relinquished his own freedom of his own free will. Perhaps, in realizing, he saw no reason to remain there in the sacred mountain. For many moons, he wandered the downside alone. Eventually, however, he would reunite with the exiles he stood with as the true Nightwings, for they each cared for him. The one he had called the Shadow of the False Nightwings was someone who he thought about at times. He wondered if this reader had an influence over the Commonwealth's fall. News must have reached him eventually about the outcome of Wolfred Sandalwood's plan. One day he appeared before his former companion. While they kept private the details of the conversation that took place, it must have been enough to rebuild the bonds of friendship between the two of them. They were often seen together after that. Oralek later reunited with Tiso as well, who joined his travels. It was much like olden times in that regard, and the imp always enjoyed his company. Still, in the Saurian Union, no one remembered the former chief physician who had fallen into exile decades prior. No one knew just how close he came to altering the outcome of the final liberation rite, and thus, perhaps, to altering the course of history. Today, however, this is not the case. Accounts from other exiles of the Downside have ensured that Oralek's place in the events that shape our world are known and shall be known. Speaking of demons, once it became clear to Ignatius that the rites were drawing to a close, he knew that it was time for him and the Tempers to call it quits. But first, he and the Tempers decided to celebrate, and that they did for many, many nights. The revelry did eventually subside. The exiles parted amicably and went their separate ways. He roamed the Downside then, searching for some meaning in his life, sometimes taking odd jobs requiring his brute strength. He never remained alone for very long, and took on many lovers in his time. However, he sometimes thought about the one he had called Curly Horns, and what became of her. Though his glory days as the most powerful conductor of the rites had long since passed, always enjoyed the fearsome reputation he had cultivated at the time. Oh yeah, what happened to you? As soon as possible after Tamitha Thane earned back her liberty, she rejoined her sisters in the Highwind Remnants in the mountains north of the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth believed that someone such as she could be rehabilitated through the years spent in exile. Instead, her hatred for the ancient enemies only intensified. On the night of the scribe's return, the Highwind Remnants were poised to strike the Commonwealth in a decisive blow. They had received credible intelligence about the expected positions of the Commonwealth leadership, and of specific weaknesses in the Blood Border, defenses anticipated that night. After a surgical procedure, Tamitha could fly again, almost as well as prior to her exile. She insisted on spearheading the attack with a squadron of the Heart's finest. Wait, so she escaped? Before the attack? And then led the attack? Because I'm pretty sure that they said that she remained in prison after she returned. They descended on their foes exactly as planned. The chaos that had risen in the streets of the Commonwealth that night made for an optimal diversion. Nonetheless, the battle took its toll. Many of Tamitha's sisters fell. She herself sustained many grievous wounds, but ignored them all and fought with a terrible fury. By dawn, the leaders of the Commonwealth had been eliminated, and Tamitha was limping back towards the mountains. She would never fly again. Soon after the fall of the Commonwealth, Tamitha attended a debriefing in which she learned her blood sister Pamitha was an accessory to the successful outcome. Tamitha was very skeptical of this, but so many of the Highwing remnants honored Pamitha that Tamitha soon accepted her prevailing opinion, though grudgingly at first. A messenger imp later arrived, bearing some sort of message, seemingly from Pamitha. However, Tamitha turned it away. She forever resisted the impulse to forgive. After the rise of the Saurian Union, Tamitha Thane continued to serve as flight tactician and remained a respected and feared even among her kind. However, without a war to wage, she grew more distant even than usual. The closest to her surmised that her inability to reconcile with her blood sister was at the heart of this. Though for her part, Tamitha never once admitted to any such weakness. Speaking of Pamitha.
Consilta videas.
After the rites ended, Pamitha Thane parted ways with the other Nightwings, stating that she needed some time alone. She reappeared sometime after the fall of the Commonwealth, although she expressed mild surprise at the news. She claimed to have no knowledge of what went on, including what role the Highwing remnants had in the events that reshaped the world on the other side. For her part, Pamitha feigned little interest, making the point that they were stuck, and what happened elsewhere had little to do with them now. Someone with whom she kept in contact was the bog dweller called Big Bertrude. They would discuss all sorts of matters long into the night, and sometimes hunt together too. Pamitha never saw her blood sister again, though did hear of her. By some accounts, Tamitha played no small part in the historic last days of the Commonwealth. In turn, Tamitha must have heard something of her blood sister. However, she never responded to Pamitha's attempts to contact her. Pamitha did not expect forgiveness from her at any point. Nonetheless, she kept on trying to reach out, she said, to ruffle up her feathers just a bit. Having long since felt as though she had no home to call her own, Pamitha continued traveling about the downside. As the tempest swept up across the land, changing its features, she found in it a sublime beauty, and in the starless nights, she still could see just fine. She said such travels tended to remind her of when she was younger and could fly unfettered. Maybe if I liberate both Pamitha and her sister, they both reconcile, but I don't think I've ever accomplished that. I think this is the first time I accidentally got Tamitha released. Let me drink some water before I read the rest. Okay. Speaking of Big Bertrude, several exiles of the Nightwings cared more for the plan of Sandalwood than to return home from the downside. The crone called Big Bertrude was a prime example. She had found a suitable environment to live within the dismal region known as Flogging Hands. There she had built up a thriving place of business, known to many exiles in the land. With the rites having ended, she returned to her preoccupations, working away, almost as though nothing had happened. When one gets to be more than 400 years of age, perhaps then even a monumental event, such as the culmination of the rites or the collapse of the Commonwealth, are seen as trifling matters. Much of her effort was doubtless to the influence of Sandalwood, someone who she had admired now for decades. He had made clear that he could not requite her feelings for him, but what could have been a hurtful dismissal led only to a deeper understanding between them. She maintained an unlikely kinship with the harp, Pamitha Thane, whom she had known during their time together on the Nightwings. They each had different strategies for dealing with life's day-to-day annoyances, a subject that they both found vital, if not fascinating, to no end. By and large, Bertrude kept focused on her work, whether casting small enchantments or imbuing talismans, the work brought her a sense of purpose, she would say. In the Commonwealth, such services were strictly forbidden, but in the downside, there was a real need for simple luxuries, which the competing stock market could not always provide. Thus Digberg Bertrude continued to live up to her name, and the tales of her days with the Nightwings made her that much more the living legend. Okay. Speaking of, what happened to you? After her liberation, Witch Milde fled to her native home of the Southern Bogs, rejoicing all the festivities and honors she could have received, rejecting She was never seen again during the events that transpired in and around the Commonwealth. Some of those with knowledge of the rights and the legends of the downside suggest she willingly cast herself back into exile to be closer to Islak. Other rumors suggest that her obsession with pyromancy and the dark arts ultimately consumed her. If she lives, for her kind are able to live for many centuries, there is no telling where. Her repeated threats of the return of Islak were thoroughly investigated, and no credence was found to any of her claims. Tiso. Once the rites had ended, the imp Tiso had a job to do, quite unlike most of the exiles trapped forever in the downside. The lone minstrel asked that he watch over the Black Wagon, which the Nightwings had used extensively for travel, for shelter all throughout their quest. Tiso obliged, for he knew the wagon, as well as the Drive Imp inhabitants, perhaps better than anyone. What became of the wagon exactly was never verified, as evidence of Tiso's thorough work. After that, he liked to while away his days with any of his friends, or else with fellow imps. He would visit his friend Shay at every opportunity. She was among the few who could constantly interpret what he meant, and they were always close since they first met. Sandalwood sometimes called for his assistance, and Tiso was always happy to oblige. The two would often reminisce about their times with the lone minstrel. Tiso often missed his interactions with the reader of the Nightwings. They had quickly built quite a rapport back in the downside. Indeed, Tiso would often express wistful gratitude for all his time with the Nightwings, and their many adventures throughout the land that was always his home. Other than that, Tiso would sometimes help interpret for messenger imps relaying news to and from the Saurian Union. Despite having gained significant celebrity aboard, he never let it go to his head. And he would go fishing at the Sea of Solace at every single chance he got. Speaking of Shay, long after the rites had ended, Shay admitted that she knew well before the fact that she would not be going home. Again, at least she had a very strong feeling. She ended up not minding very much because she had little to return to in the Commonwealth. Her sense of home had changed. She took to wandering from one celestial landmark to the next, ever paying homage to the 8 scribes, who she believed had influenced all that transpired. She was no stranger to traveling alone, but was always happy to have company. Among her friends, she always remained close with Tiso, who more so than anyone could always make her laugh. Though they could not see each other any longer, Shay often thought about Jodariel and spoke to her as though she were there. Shay tried never to make a decision without first consulting her idea of what Miss Jodariel might say. One day she encountered one of her former adversaries, one called Almer Oldheart, who had served the fate. She remembered him much more than he did her, though only just at first. Their shared experience in the rites and their different points of view about the scribes formed the basis of what grew to be a long-lasting relationship. Shay always devoted to her faith, but more so to her friends. Her gentle manner and unwavering conviction often helped them brave their life in the downside, both with courage and with grace. Speaking of Jodariel, after her liberation, Jodariel soon became an icon of the movement that led to the collapse of the Commonwealth and the rise of the Saurian Union. Her military prowess and experience led to key victories in the clashes against Commonwealth loyalists. Each in time she was able to subdue the opposition, avoiding lethal force. In the uncertain times that followed, Jodariel's seasoned expertise often came into play both in matters of security and of state. For instance, she conscripted and trained a team of volunteers in public safety. The community did not know what to make of such a cordial bunch at first, but soon came to value their service. They have stood for the people ever since, and we celebrate their founding day each year. She remained close with Hedwyn all throughout this experience, and they supported each other through the struggle many times. She often had to stop herself from fearing for Shay, whom she had tried to look after as much as possible in the downside. Soon, she would reassure herself that Shay was very capable of surviving on her own, and in fact, she was not mistaken. She continued training on her own, a regimen that grew stricter with each passing year. There were those who sought to train with her, and she sometimes obliged. There remained one of her constant in her life. She would always remember her days among the Nightwings, and with fondness, for the most part. Alright, let me get through it. You motherfuckers.
Graje merafactas.
After the final liberation rite, Lendl refused to believe that the rites had truly ended. He would sit through night after consecutive nights, staring into the blackness of the sky, awaiting any kind of sign that he may gain another chance at freedom. No such sign ever came. His fellow accusers started to express concern from him. Survival had become their top priority once liberty had slipped from their grasp. But Lendl dismissed them as weak fools. He insisted rather forcefully that any evening now, the stars would shine for him again, and mark the way towards his inevitable freedom. He was, of course, mistaken. The others in the Triumvirate were left with little choice but to abandon him, and after that, the exile known as Lendl the Liar was never seen again. However, there have since been sightings of a bedraggled demon who wanders the downside and bears Lendl's cruel countenance, suggesting he yet lives. So he turned into a demon. What about Manly? When Manly Tinderstaff realized the rites had ended, and that he no longer could return to the Commonwealth through his ancient means, he was outraged. He cursed the scribes, spewing forth such a slew of blasphemy as to be very unbecoming of someone of high status and bearing. When at last he calmed himself, he focused all his energies on attempting to find another means of homecoming. He maintained regular contact with his wealthy family on the other side via messenger imp, and used their vast resources to explore other means of escape. He tried using an elaborate pulley system, he attempted to retrofit a flying bagwagon with superior propulsion, he tried an imp raft, a hot air balloon, and even prayer. Nothing worked. There was only one way to escape the downside, and now it was gone. Tinderstaff bankrupted his family in these vain attempts. At last, such was his shame that he retreated to the teeming woods of Black Basin, to Cinderwood. There he yet wallows, complaining to his comrades of the chastity who still put up with him, either about his own misfortune, or the latest news from the other side. What about you? As the cycle of rites drew to a close, it grew evident that the chance of freedom from the downside had forever slipped from Dalbert and Almer Oldhart's grasp. Thus they and the exiles of the Fate returned to Jamur Valley. There they struggled to get by, as exiles of the downside tend to do. Sometime after the rites had ended, the Oldharts at last heard news that the Commonwealth had fallen. This was well after the fact, of course, but it brought old Dalbert great joy. Despite his forthright manner, he had no love for the nation that cast him down, along with his son. Dalbert Oldhart passed gracefully in his sleep before the next new moon. In his final days, he implored his son to undertake a pilgrimage to the scribes. Almer never shared his father's view of the scribes, but respected Dalbert's wishes, and so, after a period of mourning, Almer began a new journey. One day during his journey, he ran almost headlong into another exile after paying homage on the spring of Jamur. He was stunned to find that this was none other than the one he knew as Shay from their days as adversaries in the rites. Shay was overjoyed to see him, although Almer was unable to bring himself to understand why. Eventually, of course, he did, and they remained together, growing ever more accustomed to their new lives in the downside. Not a day went by that Almer Oldheart did not think about his father and gave thanks to him, and speak to him at morning and at night. Would that the stars yet shone, for surely Dalberts would be there among them, smiling down at his son, and watching over him and his kin. Speaking of his kin, Barker Ashpaws never had much of an interest in returning to the Commonwealth, for he has always found its bylaws to be stifling, so when the rites ended, he did not care, at first. He soon grew very bored. The rites had given his life a certain sense of structure he had always needed. He missed the raw anticipation of it all. He decided to continue conducting the rites, for the thrill of it. He bent some of the rules and replaced some of the objects, but it was close enough. His packmates, the dissidents, proved more than happy to participate, and thus they ran against each other back in Jamur Valley. Gradually, other exiles familiar with the rites, as well as those who had not heard of it at all, started to take an interest. They ended up giving Barker Ashpaw some healthy competition. His whole feud with Rookie Greentail ceased meaning anything to him, and he forgot all about it amid his new pursuit. Ultimately, even Barker Ashpaws, who had led such a directionless existence to that point, found something of a calling through the rites. Whether he took the rites less seriously than any of the other exiles of their time, or more, was often debated by those who watched him work. He made a sport. What about Sir Deluge? All his life, Sir Deluge had fled from one danger only to find himself facing another. He had escaped the war-torn waters of the Sea Dominion, he had escaped the blood border of the Commonwealth, and now he had escaped the rites. After the rites had ended, many exiles wrapped up in the ancient tests were crestfallen, as their last chances to return to their homes vanished, along with the stars above. But Deluge did not mind, for this outcome meant that, at last, there was no burden of responsibility weighing him down. While most of his fellow exiles of the Fireheart yet longed for the waters of the Sea Dominion, driven as ever by their impulses towards conflict, Deluge settled down. With him remained one of his companions, one Lady Seagrass, who had taken a liking to him for some reason. Lady Seagrass, she is a worm knight, duty-bound to serving Sir Deluge and the Firehearts. Reportedly, they disappeared into the waters of Wormwolf, which may begin to explain the significant increase in worm population observed in the vicinity. You're telling me that Sir Deluge fucks? Apparently he does. Speaking of worms, when the worm Gilman returned to the Commonwealth, he believed that he had gained something even more important than his freedom, his honor. Gilman relinquished knighthood and declined an opportunity to serve as captain on the Blood Border. He was not interested in fighting any longer. Yet, as is sometimes the case with those such as he, a circumstance soon came about in which there came a need for him to once again make use of his military training. He fought that night of the Scribe's return. He fought with all his might. He faced other worm knights. He cared only for one cause. When the matter was at last put to rest, then Gilman truly knew his time as a knight had ended. He declared to all those in earshot that he would never fight again. Unless, of course, there arose some other extraordinary set of circumstances again requiring him to fight, but he certainly hoped not. He still trained regularly, just in case, especially with his fleet-footed friend, Rookie Greentail. He was always grateful for the counsel of the Reader, and would regale him, over and over, about the time they squashed the spawn of unfathommed Plurtness. By that point, he had long forgotten about his days under the leadership of Sir Deluge in his former commander. Breaking free of his abusive leadership was his first step towards gaining a bit of self-respect. Gilman never did return to his homeland of the Sea Dominion. He was content to lead a monastic life on a small residence in the hills. It was just high up enough to make him keep striving to conquer his fear of heights. Other than that, an intense daily training regimen and the occasional visit from an old companion was more than enough to keep him optimistic and engaged. He knew by then that honor was not something to be won, but a contract with oneself to be renewed each day. Speaking of Greentail, After Rookie Greentail earned back his freedom, he returned to a lavish welcome ceremony in the Commonwealth, as were the tendency for liberated exiles. It was everything he could have hoped for, and soon he was well off, surrounded by luxury, and choosing between various exciting opportunities. However, he must have given in to his better judgment, as he did end up siding with Wolfred Sandalwood's revolutionary forces, as he promised. On the night of Scribe's return, Greentail, busy barking orders to Wolfred's agents as the situation grew tenser, he took rather well to leadership. When dawn finally came and it became clear that the Commonwealth that everybody knew would be no more, he realized that many new opportunities awaited. He began quite a lucrative career for himself, manufacturing and selling replica merchandise inspired by the downside. His main struggle was to meet demand. An aspect of his conscience cautioned him against making light of such a thing, but the money was too good, and soon his family was well off, as he always said. He also kept in close touch with Gilman, ever the perfect practice partner. They would train together often, taking care to stay in tip-top shape as much as possible throughout the years. Greentail always did his best to keep in touch with all his many friends, and knew that he owed his fortunes to them. He made a special point of staying close with a group of friends he came to know so well during his time with the Nightwings, wherever they were. They shared a special understanding that put even Greentail at a loss of words sometimes. What about the boy?
Concealta vidias.
After his liberation, Hedwyn was instrumental in the events leading to the fall of the Commonwealth, and was vital to the outcome of the plan. He was the one who led the raid on the stronghold where our justice and Drobolis the Ninth was holed up when the fighting grew fierce. With him, and thereafter, was one of the winged harps of the High Wind remnants, later identified as Fikani Shang, harp whom Hedwyn cared deeply. They were separated when Hedwyn was exiled. Their bond was vital to the peace that followed. In all his days as leader in the Saran Union, Hedwyn oft confided in his friend Jodariel. Despite her intense manner, there was no one whom he trusted more in times when his circumspection was required. Hedwyn would often think bad about the vow he made at the beginning of his quest of freedom. Although he cherished all the friendship he made, he had pledged through Jodariel, Rookie Greentail, and the reader of the Nightwings that they all may be free again together. His promise had come to pass, though he always knew that this was not his own doing. He was always deeply grateful to the other three, his closest friends. While the others who stood with the Nightwings were not able to remain in contact thus, Hedwyn thought of each of them, and so in turn, did they think of him. After the cycle of the rites ceased turning, records of what happened to the Black Wagon of the Nightwings became inconclusive and contradictory. Some accounts suggest that the exiles of the Nightwings who remained in the downside continued to make use of the Black Wagon as their place of shelter and their means of travel. However, there is no record of what happens to the wagon's contents, such as the Book of Rites or the Beyonder Crystal, said to be haunted by the apparition of Sandra the Unseen. One possibility is that when the lone minstrel took his leave, he took the Beyonder Crystal with him, for he was thus obliged. By this line of reasoning, however, the Black Wagon itself should have been taken also. Others remained skeptical that the Beyonder Crystal ever existed, or rather that the visions that it granted were anything other than the results of an active imagination of a fever dream. The bog dwellers of the southern bogs offer still another explanation, for they are familiar with binding enchantments. If there existed such an object in which the sisters of the Ark have been expelled for more than 800 years, then the enchantment could have expired along with the light of the stars. What this would have meant for Sandra and the Beyonders is difficult to say for certain, other than it may have meant that they were finally released. Nevertheless, the fates of Sandra and the Beyonder Crystal remain unknown. Yet the exiles of the Nightwings who claimed to have seen the apparition all spoke of her with degrees of reverence, or perhaps a little fear. Can you believe this, reader? Honestly. Sandra has appeared before you, as well you can see. They are so far from the mark with all this nonsense. I want to laugh, in fact. Here goes. She laughs. She's referring to the account of her. You sense she does not care for it. Well, let them gossip all they like. I merely wish that they would mention you at least in passing, when next they are at it. Though they shall never know even the half of it, shall they? Sandra seems irritated by the incompetence account of what happened to her. Incomplete account. We assure her. The account was relatively flattering, despite the lack of detail. It could have been worse. Humor her. Perhaps making some light of the situation will make Sandra feel better. Remain silent. Sometimes Sandra just needs a little time to vent. She values that you listen. It could have been worse. You suggest to Sandra that the account of what occurred to her was not really that bad and that you like some aspects of it. You are much too diplomatic, you know that? You can tell she is unswayed, and yet her grin remains intact. She appreciates the gesture. Anyway, let us keep going, lovely reader. We know the truth of it, and that's what matters. She fades into the Beyonder crystal for now, and you tuck it away safe. And last but not least, after the cycle of the rites ceased turning, the lone minstrel bade the remaining Nightwings take the Black Wagon, seek their fortunes elsewhere in the downside. Their parting was heartfelt, but brief. He remained there, at the summit of Mount Elodiel, with Celeste, where the two of them would chronicle the final outcome of the cycle. Neither Tariq nor Celeste were ever seen again. We know all this through song attributed to them. Some claim these songs originated in the taverns of the Saran Union, and merely were imbued with the weight of folklore. However, exiles liberated from the downside corroborated each other's claims at having met their duo that presided over the liberation rites. Another folktale suggests that the minstrels were heralds of the scribes. Having fulfilled their obligations, they departed the world we know and rejoined their patrons. One of their famous songs describes another simpler outcome, that the two gave up their duties to the rites in favor of a life they could share together. In any case, they are likely to remain the subject of such verses and such songs, for it was they who watched over the rites and ushered in our time. There is one more account, which warrants mention. The Nightwings conducted the rites under the guidance of a reader. Little is known of him. However, some accounts of him begin to paint a picture. We know he was of common birth, always directionless, and prone to misremembering at times. Their journey to the downside left him close to death. It was then that the Nightwings found him. They brought him from the brink, and he showed them the path. He pressed onward with the others. He made a vow to help his friends be free. Thus did the cycle of the rites commence its final turns. When the final rite arrived, the reader's freedom was at stake. The freedom he indeed achieved ere the morning's light. From that point on, accounts of him diverge. It is said the voice which troubled him he never heard again. Some say he sailed the seas far west of here. Though whether that is true, only he knows. Someday, perhaps, the reader's own star shall emerge. Then it shall pierce the dark of night in all its brilliant glory. Until such time, and ever after, all of us give thanks.
Their journey began on a barren waste where the reader arrived, afraid and alone. When he arrived, the book of rights awakened the Nightwings and ignited the flame.
That sounded a little forced, but okay.
Too many a foundling. She has found her way home. Rookie Greentail has proved his worth and returned to his family by the grace of the scribes. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a braid till the end.
The moon-touched girl feels the scribes in the heart of the downside. She remained to the end. Tease all the wise, ever faithful to the cause of the Nightwings. He remained to the end.
Sir Gilman the Bold, ever in his quest, finding honor and glory, he has found his way home. Amitha Thane, born on guilty wings, ever seeking forgiveness.
She does have legs.
She remains to the end. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a braid till the end. Bound together, spirits tender, strands unbroken, spines unbroken.
The great mastermind, Wolfred Sandalwood, saw his plans turn to action. He remained till the end. The bog dweller Bertrude kept their foes at bay with her finest enchantments. She remained till the end.
The reader at last made the Nightwings whole and ascended to freedom. He has found his way home. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a braid till the end. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a braid till the end. Now at the end, as we bid farewell and return to the stars, we shall find our way home. We shall find our way home.
And this is supposed to be Bertrude, the one next to Jody, in between Jody and Rookie. She looks a bit too small to be Bertrude.
Find our way
The end. Alright. So now I am going to switch to Limbus Company. But first, I'm gonna get some water. Let me close this thing. Alright. Yeah, I guess I could throw it to the standby screen a bit. Okay. Let me see if I can put on some music. Alright. I will be Hey, I'm back. Alright. So I kinda already have the game going in the background, so you're just gonna get some audio. Yep, right there. That should be. Bring this up. Okay, so we're on the right screen. Desktop audio is on. Desktop audio is on. Mic is on. Change the category. We should be good to go. So let's keep going. So last time we were fighting that lady that manifested, that distorted, that corroded, ego corroded, I think. Yeah, because she's wearing an ego outfit.
해가 내 얼굴을 물끄러미 바라보고 있어.
And then she gets taunted
눈을
into
감아도 마찬가지요.
being corroded. Now, I'm gonna be honest, I tried this fight a couple times, and I built a team accordingly. This is not that team. Yes, it is this one. I have regular Yisang and regular Hunglao. Hunglu, I mean. I don't know why I always miss their name. I'm gonna have them as background because their background passives help me restore sanity, and that's a big thing on this one. That's not what I meant. Okay. Also, I'm pretty sure I've already EX cleared all the other missions, so let's just get right into this. Past bonds thought to be severed here meet again. Dongbek shows obsessive determination to reclaim the singularity. Wait, is this my team that I've been trying with? Yes, I think so. Did I not bring... What if instead of you I bring you?
악인들을 뒤쫓아서.
Oh, because you have
이곳에 있나니.
the healing one. Okay. What if instead of you I bring you?
악인들을 뒤쫓아서.
Now let's just keep what I have.
망치를 쥐고.
Alright, let's roll.
단테, 이번에는 누굴 베어버리면 되는 거야?
We've already seen this.
각혈. 긍정적인 신호다.
Yee. We're just here for the fight. Man, this music is banging. Alright. You. You. Hit this. That one. This one. This one. Oh, unless you can do some other one. It's better. Nah, you. Save that. You do this. Let's roll.
정화.
Alright. Okay. Why do you have this? Your dodge program. Yeah, on evade inflict. Well, that's gonna be a pain in the ass, but sure. Take this again? Yes, you can. This one, I suppose. Nails, heals, damage dealt. Doors stagger threshold. You do this one. Okay. 명령대로! Nice. Gosh. And you're blooming. Now the real fight's gonna start. There she goes. And bye-bye, Gregor. Okay. Shit. It's a shame I don't have your ego available. How much do I need for body set? I need one more envy. Okay, maybe save that. Alright, I guess. Rest of you should be able to take the photos. I hope. Don't tell me I'm gonna have to waste that clean their bones on that. Well, you could take this. And you could take one of these. Yay. That, and that should be enough. Problem is that you're worse. Ish. Hopefully they don't turn Heathcliff. I kinda need his body back fast.
참여하게 되리라. 침묵하라.
그렇게 무르진 않네. 역시 무르네.
No. Uh-oh. We're gonna need someone to kill the tree. Oof. Right. Need to do this. Also dominating. Also dominating. So which one of these is stronger? This is 24, this is 48. This is 18. Probably the middle one. Although this is an AoE. Yeah, maybe I should just take care of this. In the meantime, can you take care of this one? Yes, you can. Okay. You can take care of this one. You can take care of this one. I'm gonna have to let one of you hit.
정화.
Okay. Not too happy with the amount of bloom that they gave it, but
屋根玉樹じ
hopefully the rest can kill their sprout.
배워냈어요.
That's one down.
역시
Two
모르네.
down. Oof. Okay, only two. But I get Gregor back. What? Why didn't I trigger your passive? Shit. No, I kinda need that for later. But yeah, you're super low on sanity, man. Should probably just do that. Wait. Alright, I changed that. We'll take this. Not acceptable. How about you though? Yeah, might as well do that. You do this. And you do this.
망설임이 없도록
Okay. Nice. Now Heathcliff is at +6, which is really good for me. And he has his strongest ones, which is also really good for me. I only hope that works. That's not gonna work. It should work. You're gonna work, you're not. Stop. 45. Work. Do my best shot so far. You have to clean their wounds. I might as well do that. Last coin deals 30% damage, okay. And I have the SP heals. Nice. Okay.
정화
Alright. Oof.
예측대로.
Still got this. Damage. I think that was also rubber damage, but I didn't see how much. Oh, staggered. Alright, everyone just go ham on her. Heal by 50%, flex heal, okay. Bleed. Power her down.
정화.
Alright, that went well. And nobody's blooming anymore. Okay. What about that one? Can you take this one? Nope. This one? Nope. Can you claim their bones? You're good. Okay. What do I need more of? Could use some more pride. Although you're not really keeping. I should have saved this for the branches. Well, I'll keep that there in case more branches pop up.
정화 허락이었나?
예측대로.
Very nice. Okay. Okay. Mush covered dirt. Inflict dueling next. What? Units without this status go fully bloomed. What? If Yisang has this effect, gain 1 attack power. Oh, it's a good thing I didn't bring Yisang then. Okay, so you're gonna duel with whoever I choose to clash this. Fuck, I would have loved for you to have Bud so I could power up Heathcliff right now. You don't have a Klinger bonus, you do have a Sky Clearing Cut. So you clash this, and then hopefully the Sky Clearing Cut will be enough. In the meantime, hopefully you can power him down. It's paralyzed, inflicts nails. Inflicts bleed. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this Rodion does more damage with the bleed. Gain attack power up next turn. You're not gonna use that. Destroy your threshold. It's rupture. You're not clashing. Okay.
명령대로.
Alright. Alright. Okay. Rodion versus you. Start gain 10 protection. When a clash lose, gain 3 scattering petals. 6 plus count becomes stagger. Okay, so I need to win 2 clashes to get her to stagger. Okay, can you get a sky clearing cut from this? Yes, you can. Okay. Is she still bleeding? Yes, she is. Okay, so this might actually trigger 6 plus bleed. She also has 6 bleed.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
I don't think that's great. Do you happen to have another sky clearing cut? Is this gonna be enough, or am I gonna have to ego? That should be enough. Actually, I'd rather not take any fucking chances, so I'm gonna ego. Let's do... what is cast. That should be more than enough.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데. 모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어.
Very nice. What? Where are you egoing? I mean, where are you corroded? Your regular ego doesn't cost any sanity. And I didn't use the other one. And you won the clash, why the fuck would you lose sanity? Indiscriminate targets the unit with the most HP. I think she still has more HP than anyone else. Target's HP is above 50%. Deal plus 10 damage. Okay. I mean, hopefully that you're still targeting her. Yeah. By the time it gets to this. Okay. So I don't know what happened there, but I think it could be worse.
명령대로.
Nice.
얼어버리면 아플 필요도 없어서.
Well, I was fortunate that that worked out for me. I would rather that she didn't stay. Freaking. Wrote it. Oh no, she went back to zero. Good. Whew. Okay. At least on these. Any chance this is better? Kind of. Me with one of these. Yes. Nope. I think I'm gonna have to eat that. Whose ego do I want to trigger?
1등대리 그레고로.
Might as well just do you. You don't even have a corrosive form on this. Okay. Hopefully this will work. Alright, let's roll.
정화하라야만.
60 health, come on. Crit.
2단을 정화했다.
Is that all she wrote? I think that's all she wrote. Alright.
이렇게 생각하는 게 어때? 엔사에 새로운 구인회가 만들어졌다는 거 알고 있어?
What? Maybe I shouldn't have skipped the dialogue at first so I couldn't remember what the fuck we were talking about.
거기서 네가 하려 했던 거랑 비슷하게 예전 기술인의 사람들을 모으고 있나 봐. 오히려 그때를 지우려 하고 있는 것 같기도 하고. 그래서 이건 순전히 내 생각일 뿐인데 우리는 어차피 구보 그 친구에게 차례차례 죽어서 박제당할 목숨이야.
Who?
내가 지금 그 순간을 앞당겼을 뿐이지. 그리고 지난 우정으로 모든 걸 덮기에는 너무 선을 넘었어, 동백. 아, 내일 회식 정말 기대하고 있었는데. 자, 그만 흐드러지자, 동백.
With a golden bow in hand, Dongrang stabs Dongbek without hesitation. Wait, what?
왜?
You had the golden bow?
많은 이유를 설명할 수 있지만, 그래, 이건 내 마지막 온정이야.
내가 되면 시들 수밖에 없다는 걸 알고 있었지만 나는 언제나 곧 피어날 향기를 머금은 보물이고 싶었어. 이상 네가 날아가고 싶은 꿈을 꾼 것처럼 나도 그저 너희들과 함께 알싸안꽃 향기에 적도 없이 파묻히고 싶었던 것뿐이야.
새로운 서류가 추가되었습니다.
What? I feel like I skipped something by accident. Soon, the screen is filled with yellow petals.
고마워 이상. 내게 그런 순간을 보여줘서. 내 전부를 걸고 갖고 싶을 정도야.
이상, 나랑 나중에 따로 연구실 차릴 생각은 없어? 하루하루가 재밌을 것 같다는 생각이 들거든.
대단하구나, 이상. 너는 나랑 달리 똑바른 참모습을 비추려고 하였구나. 겹쳐지지도 않고 흐릿하지도 흔들리지도 않네.
이상, 자네는 너무 물러. 대체 그걸 왜 놀이거리로만 두는 건가?
가만히, 그냥 가만히 숨만 쉬는 거야. 지금은 그렇게 살아야 해. 너는 나 알지 못해.
구인회는 산산조각 났어. 우린 이곳을 떠나야 돼. 이상, 자네는 나와 함께 가는 거야. 원한다면 눈은 감아도 돼. 자네는 너무나 모르니까 한치 앞은 내가 대신 봐주지.
무슨 생각을 하고 있어?
아무것도. 그리고 묘혈의 향기가 만개하였어.
What?
가장 순수한 세상으로.
Manager level increased. Kefling capacity up. 118. Kefling has been refilled. $49. Nothing. An intense golden glow blinked from the golden bow that was stabbed into Dongbek. Soon enough, the space in the K-Corp building around us begins to twist and move. What could be happening? Nothing. Okay. Let me bring my usuals. So I have no idea what the hell is gonna happen. Okay. Well, now yeah, I do kind of need you. What about you though?
악인들을 뒤쫓아서.
Yeah, let's go for it.
단테, 이번에는 누굴 베어버리면 되는 거야?
I have no idea what you just said.
그리하여 여전히 난 아무것도 인가.
As the intense golden glow fades, the space begins to twist and morph.
황금 가지가 이런 힘까지 갖고 있었던 건가요? 자아심도에 진입하지도 않은 것 같은데 이미 존재하는 공간까지 바꿀 정도였나요?
황금가지와 연관된 현상에 일일이 물음과 흥분을 내보이는 것은 의미가 없습니다. 여러분도 파우스트에게도 눈앞 지금 세계의 상황은 모두가 최초 목격자일 테니까. 앞으로도 알 수 없는 일이 펼쳐질 것이라 보는 게 확률상 옳은 판단이겠죠.
그러게요. 저렇게.
Unable to properly articulate her words any further, Ishmael pointed a finger instead.
죽은 사람들까지 되살릴 정도라니.
Uh-oh. Bodies that have been devoid of life for a while begin to rise. Their organs or body parts were severely damaged. This can only be described as resurrection.
아무리 그래도 죽은 사람을 되살리는 능력은 너무 얼토당토하는 얘긴데 K사 HP 앰플로도 그러진 못한다면서.
I mean, we cannot do this on the regular.
완벽히 죽은 자를 되살리는 기술이나 특이점이 없었으리라 보기는 힘들다. 하지만 그런 기술 전쟁통에서조차 듣고 본 적 없다. 그렇다는 건 이건 도시에 만연할 수 없는 기술이라는 셈이군. 아마 이 상황은 머리에...
네, 머리에 금기 조항까지 거슬렀을 가능성이 있네요. 림버스 컴퍼니. 단테와 동기화한 덕에 부활 체험을 하고 있는 저희와는 양상이 전혀 다릅니다.
Alright.
다르고 틀리다. 저들은 우리와 다르게 온전한 형태의 재생이 아니다. 그저 살아있기만 한 상태에 지나지 않다. 의식도 이성도 없어 보이는군.
Okay, zombies.
그 말은 반대로 자아와 육체를 모두 되살려야 머리에 금기를 어기는 것일지도 모르겠구만.
Okay, zombies. K-Corp zombie guns. Fuck, I'm bringing way too much dash damage for this. Yep. Tears. Turn and lose 5 SP. Tails coin. Inflict 2 sinking. I mean, this doesn't look like it's bad for me.
깡총!
Now.
악인들을 해치우세나!
Oof. Come on. All right.
깡총. 더 날 뛰어보라고.
그렇게 무르진 않네. 정신 차릴 수 없을 것이오.
All right. You're staggered, so that should work. You're also staggered, so this should work. You know, give me the things instead. Do that. Do this. Do this. I don't think those guys are gonna be alive at the end of this.
악인들을 해치우세나.
배연의 주마. 겁만 예크.
씹는 맛이 있는데?
자연스러운 것입니다.
3 down. Or 2. And you're out of ammo. Okay. Wait, this is dominating.
처리할 시간이야 머저리들.
Alright. Nice.
잘 풀린 것 같습니다.
You could get 2 haste. Well, potentially 4. Do that. Do that.
깡총.
정신 차릴 수 없을
잘 풀린 것 같습니다. 자연스러운 것입니다.
Left. Oh no, 2 haste left. Speeds.
처리할 시간이야 머저리들. 배연의 주마. 겁만 예크.
Damn.
자연스러운 것입니다.
Alright.
그래 이것이 겁만 예크.
And get myself some EX. Nothing too. An intense golden glow blink from the golden. Okay, same thing. But before we do that, I'm gonna go get myself some coffee, just real fast. I'm not even gonna throw the stamp stream out. Be right back. Let us continue. Is it gonna be more K-Corp? We did good enough.
예술이란 것을 보여주지.
Yep, more K-Corp.
깡총!
God dang it, Rio. At least she's not staggered.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
God dang it, Rio. Could you roll some heads, please? Jesus Christ.
악인들을 해치우세나.
Almost good stuff. And you got suckered down. 네.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
Motherfucker. Fucking finally.
잘 풀린 것 같습니다.
너 날 뛰어보라고!
Okay.
셰프를 따라오십시오.
배연의 진.
Stagger.
자연스러운 것입니다.
Please kill him.
그렇게 무르진 않네.
Take him out.
역시 무르네.
Nice.
셰프를 따라오십시오.
씹는 맛이 있는데?
Wave 2. Probably gonna have to start using some ecos if I wanna keep the EX. Do you no? What do you need for? You need more glue. don't have any ammo. Oh. How much would I like to steal? One more lost. Okay.
악인들을 해치우세나.
Body bag.
너도 이 안에 담아주지.
Okay, that was very cool. The way they both like synchronize and then mirror each other.
베어냈지.
Very nice.
그렇게 무르진 않네.
Take him out. 65 damage. With a non-ego. That's nice. Shark. I mean, well, yeah, no, I should have probably been using pursuits. They did take a bunch of hits at first. I don't know why I did. I think that should be good.
셰프를 따라오십시오.
씹는 맛이 있는데?
처리했어.
I didn't even think I'm gonna get to the ego. Yep, didn't even happen.
자연스러운 것입니다.
근육이 신나서 날뛰는 건 더 해치울 거 없어? 난 이제 시작인데.
Calm down. 51. Binding. The Technology Liberation Alliance members we were sure were dead started attacking us. We keep moving forward in the rearranging space, looking for the golden bow that is still near us.
이 불꽃이 필요하시다면
When I took a closer look at the revived foes after the battle, I could see a liquid of a familiar hue flowing from their eyes.
단테, 주위에 황금가지가 느껴지나요? 황금가지는 동빅이라는 자에게 꽂혀 있었지만
Well, I can't find her corpse anywhere. Must have been moved away when the space twisted. But can't be too far away, I'm sure of it. I can feel it.
동랑 씨도 보이지 않아요.
죽은 동백과 같은 위치에 있을 가능성이 높겠어요.
지금까지 저희는 자아심도를 동시에 경험했어요. 아마 단테 씨의 그 친밀함이라고 해야 할까요?
What?
무슨 되지도 않는 소리야. 친밀?
결속을 말하시는 건가요?
네. 그 결속에 대한 영향 중 하나였던 거죠. 그럼 동랑님 같은 분이 자아심도에 도달하면 어떻게 되는 건가요?
그거야. 이제부터 알아보러 가면 되지 않겠는가? 일단 저들부터 해치우세나.
Oh, these guys. Pretty sure they're still... No, yep. Resistant to slash. I should have brought less slash.
제 불을 따라오십시오.
Now. All of you will take it. Fine. This works out better.
제 불을 따라오십시오.
Very nice. Not so nice. Oof. What the fuck?
처리할 시간이야 머저리.
Did one of my guys died or one of theirs died? I think it was one of theirs. Who dodges? Oh, but Marcel got stacked. Okay. They're probably gonna get staggered anyway. Might as well take this tiny chance that he might win the clash.
처리할 시간이야 머저리들. 약점은 파악했어.
Nice. Oh, that was it. Okay. Then never mind. My dude, why is he rolling so high?
씹는 맛이 있는데?
You know, these assholes.
처리할 시간이야 머저리들.
Okay.
자연스러운 것입니다.
것만 예크.
Game. Ugh. Well, we're gonna have to start using pursuance. And also your ego. Who's it? 3? Also 3. Pursuance. You're gonna move first. And I don't like those sounds. Ah, shit. Well, Rodian is probably dead.
깡총!
Almost dead. One shot.
내가 너를 위해 기도할 것이니 넌 반드시 부서진다. 자연스러운 것입니다.
Oh, hey. He's doing good.
베어냈지 마.
Okay.
악인들을 해치우세나. 약점은 파악했어.
천만예크.
너 날 뛰어보라고!
역시 모르네.
Victory.
근육이 신나서 날뛰는 건
And got the
더 해치울 거 없어? 난 이제 시작인데.
binding. 2. The Technology Liberation Alliance members. We were sure were dead. Oh, right, it's the same. Yeah, I should probably rethink my setup.
따뜻 불꽃을 바라신다면
Okay, do still need pride. And envy.
수금할 시간이야.
망치를 쥐고. 현장 지휘자가 필요한가?
작전 호출. 입감.
Alright.
이 불꽃이 필요하시다면
교전 시작합니다.
Right. Punch him. Okay. Guess you're gonna have to take one for the team.
교전 시작합니다.
예측대로.
Right. Oof. Too little to start rolling high. Okay.
직접 나서지.
균형이 무너졌군요.
Alright.
직접 나서지.
Okay. And rolls down. Okay.
정화. 쓰러졌군.
Gangaya. Gangaya. Kill that guy.
활그로. 활그로.
Okay. Well, nah, I should be fine. I hope.
정화.
It worked.
깨어라.
표적 확인.
균형이 무너졌군요.
Some of that. Go. All right. This.
제 불을 따라오십시오.
불께서. 활그로.
잘 풀린 것 같습니다. 자연스러운 것입니다.
가장 순수한 세상으로.
Binding 3. Oh, that's probably the labyrinth. That was a rumor sure that started attacking us. Okay. I'm not sure if this is working out. Give me you.
지식이 축적될 시간이군.
Okay, you are kind of working out.
망치를 쥐고.
알탄이예.
수금할 시간이야.
자, 풀 뜯을 시간이다. 싱싱한 풀이 보이네.
Oh, these assholes. I don't think I've ever fought up against these. Fix rupture, inflicts rupture. Flash loose, heal 10 health. Inflicts rupture. And removes rupture from the target. Hey, where are you? Quick to slash. Motherfucker, right when I took out most of my slash back.
깡총!
Assistant to Pierce. Also out.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
Bullshit.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데. 깨어라. 배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데. 깨어라.
Yeah, dang it, Yisai. Okay. At least you're getting better.
그렇게 무르진 않네.
깡총.
자연스러운 것입니다.
Nice. Oh, it was the same guy?
역시 무르네.
Probably shouldn't have done this twice.
흙으로.
Wait, two. Man. What? Why are you dripping? I mean, this is a really good outfit, but that's not really what I mean. Target unit with most HP. Current lands, little bonus damage. You get extra effects when you lose apparently. So that's kind of weird. Start of turn, gain 2 damage up and 2 fragile. Start of turn, heal 20 health. Less than 25% heal up to 40% health. One time. Tail coins inflict 2 sinking. End of turn, lose 5 SP. Weird. You know what? Give me this instead. Rhyme Shark.
어머.
Bludgeon.
일할 때 건드는 건
Yes,
싫은데.
it is.
탐구는 끝났어.
only have a little. Also, I'm hitting them with abilities that
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
you just only hit one guy. You only hit one guy. God damn. Ow. God, fuck it. Give me a ram shot.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
이 안에 담아주지.
그래도 언제나 추월할 수는 없으니까.
And you also only targeted one guy. What are they, anti-AoE or something? Okay.
제프를 따라오십시오.
I just noticed that. I don't think they have a stagger threshold. Or bar. Ow. Please one. God damn. At least one of them died from fire. Alright.
제프를 따라오십시오.
Let's try this one out. Fire should kill him.
자연스러운 것입니다.
Okay. Doing another one of these, I'm definitely gonna have to rethink my team.
역시 내가 못 빼는 건 없어.
Indeed. Oh no, it's just a labyrinth. Reminiscent League of Nine. Well, I don't know why, but the coffee did not help. I still feel pretty sleepy. So I think I'm gonna end it here for today. Oh, it's the last one. And we'll keep going next stream. Not sure if it's gonna be tomorrow or on Wednesday, but I'll update the Twitters anyway, as I usually do. I guess I could do up just for the sake of it. Hey, I see yellow. I see two yellows. penalty. Yeah, boy.
비웃지 마세요. 저도 좋아서 이딴 걸 입었겠어요?
Lobotomy ego slushing, Ishmael.
가슴 가장 깊은 곳까지 박히도록.
Ah, hex nail fast. That's an ego, I think. Yeah. Hex nail fast. Tef. Very nice. Actually, just roll on stream, because apparently that just gives me a bunch of luck.
해가 내 얼굴을 물끄러미 바라보고 있어.
Anyway, as I mentioned,
눈을 감아도 마찬가지요.
shut up, Yusang. That's gonna be it for today. Yeah, I'll see you on the next one. In the meantime, have a good one.